Hello there.
Hello there. Yes, of course.
Well, welcome everyone to SaberComp 2022. We've got a panel of judges here to review your top 10 entries that were voted for by our peers. We went for an academy style system this year. Before I get too much into it, though, I want to go around the chat here and introduce everybody. If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
True. True fact. I entered in the first year, the inaugural lightsaber choreography competition, as it were at the time, with Ryan versus Dorkman the first. And took first place that year. Yay. And yeah, I've been kicking around ever since then, either occasionally participating and otherwise always watching and sometimes judging as well. So I've definitely been around to watch this thing live and grow for 20 effing years, ladies and gents. That is a while. I did not think we'd still be doing it, to be honest. But it's amazing. I can't believe the crops we still get every year. I mean, there's always, God, at least like 30 generally. That's pretty amazing, and plenty of good ones too. So yeah, super awesome. Okay, I'll roll into me. Yeah, so Ryan versus Dorkman. Yeah, you jump around on YouTube and check out RVD2 and Ryan versus Brandon. I've got a few saber fights there going on. A few years ago, I had something called Saber Shop going as well. I made a lightsaber called the Novus that was sort of targeted at stunt fighting and that kind of thing, and was selling those and having some fun. And I'm well, anyway, I work in visual effects. We can we can get into details if we want to play around with that later. But anyway, yeah, hand it off to whoever's next.
Yeah, sorry guys, technical difficulties. They're not hearing Max in the chat.
Oh no.
Yep, we all hear him. So. Guys, are you hearing Max now? Anyone in the chat hear it?
Yeah, it's gonna be a second
Yeah,
for them
you're right.
to get back.
Let's see. Yep, we had it all figured out too.
It's so weird that we can hear, but
That's what's bizarre. Yeah.
yeah.
Nope. Still no. Oh, yep, that's a resounding no. Okay, well, that's all right.
How's it going, guys? Shane here. Been in this contest probably, I think 2007 was my first entry. And I've done, you know what, I had a little sticky note. Was one that me and the guys produced with their wives and girlfriends. And then I did a small fight called Ferocity that a couple people probably have seen. And then and that won that year as well. And then Kylo Ren: The Awakening, which was just a video that we didn't submit. But yeah, guys, I love this community. I'm not as involved as I would like to be. but it definitely helped launch my YouTube career. Absolutely. So I'm glad.
Sorry to cut you off, Shane. Now they're saying they're not hearing you either.
I fixed it.
We got it now, Max?
Yep, they're just on a delay.
Well, what about Shane?
Do I need to repeat it?
Yep, nope. Shane, they're saying Shane's back. I got it.
Shane is back. Okay.
Should I repeat myself?
Probably. Sorry about that, guys. That was
Man,
my
I'm
bad.
talking about myself. Jeez.
We should just start over the whole thing.
I mean,
thing.
Reset the clock.
Yum.
So my name is Shane Farley. It's my first year judging. I was in Blind Wave, and now I'm in Third Street Reactions, a YouTube channel. And it was probably the lightsaber choreography contest, which I started doing in 2006 or 7. That probably helped launch my career with YouTube. I did the entries Locket, Bounty, Rivals, 2010, which we won that year. Novices and Novi, and then a small little fight. I'm repeating the same joke called Ferocity that maybe a couple of people have seen.
Maybe.
Also,
it's only like wasn't
It's
most
sitting at 27 million views right now.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that's probably more than all of us combined.
Well, I just copied off the movies and Ryan, and picked bits and pieces of the best part of all you guys' fight, like of course Max, and I did Kylo Ren: The Awakening, a fan film with Antoine Bandelet. But I'm just glad to be here with a group of people I respect. It's just a lot of fun. So that's me.
Yeah,
Well, it's great having you here, Shane.
I remember most people have seen like the Rivals and the Ferocity, but I watched Bounty a bunch of times back in the day. That one, like there was something about that one that just kind of struck a chord with the choreography and everything. So
Sure.
yeah,
I appreciate it. Yeah.
We'll go around the room with former competitors. Justin, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name's Justin Monk. I've been involved, a fan of the lightsaber choreography competition since TFN days. I was in the second and third ones. The first one was pretty cool. I think we got third place, and then the second time I went in, we were facing up against Ryan, so we immediately only got third place with Star Wars Eclipse. Which was really fun, and it's brought up every now and then, and the views on the Spiffy edition on YouTube still do really well. So, I love doing the lightsaber thing. This is my first time judging this as well, but haven't really been as active in it aside from watching. I have watched the videos all the way through because it's always fun to see what new things people are always pulling out. So yeah, I'm really excited to see these ones. I haven't actually sat through and watched them yet. So
yeah. The Eclipse was one of those that I remember as being just like kind of one of the I don't know, landmark entries over the years. Of like, that things changed after that one. That was like a whole level of cinematic on top of everything.
For those who haven't seen it, it's a master who's being assaulted by his apprentice and doesn't want to kill him, and everyone just thought that was, only one guy's trying to win here. That's crazy. So yeah.
It's a good dynamic, yeah. And do you know what year that was approximately? This is a bit ago.
We were talking about this earlier. I think it was 2005.
Because I'm pretty sure that when I put out Ryan vs. Dorkman 2, we had a theatrical premiere where we played a bunch of other fight scenes beforehand, and we included Eclipse in it. So
That's amazing. Yeah, no, I'm very, very proud of how that one came out. And we did some reshoots the year later and added an extended edition to it. But that's really awesome to hear.
Hey, you're up, Will.
All right. Well, hey, everybody. My name is Will Van Spania. I'm a part-time videographer and the owner and operator of Coastal Sabers. It's a small saber shop here in Northern California. We sponsored the competition last year, and we're doing it again this year, which I'm super excited to do. Again, I'm a longtime fan of the competition. I ran to the LCC probably about 10 years ago or so, and I've been following it pretty devoutly ever since. So I'm honored and very excited to have the opportunity to be a judge this year.
It's great to have you. And I know we all thank you for jumping in and wanting to sponsor the contest. It's really been an awesome thing to have these past couple of years. So yeah, we all really appreciate that. Okay, Chris, do you want to go?
Oh, I suppose I didn't do my own introduction. So, name's Christopher. I'm one of the council members for SaberComp. I think since 2016, Max, we've been doing this.
Oh, 2017, I think, was my first year.
Yeah, it was around the same time. We just took the reins because the previous runner, Juan Novato, just family life got the better of him. So a group of us just been keeping this, free for all going, just every year trying to get more organized, try to see how we can do it, make it better, for entertainment, for making a place for people to gather in lieu of, forum life turning into streaming chat room life. So I think we've got a lot of veterans. We've got a lot of new people. The quality goes up every year. We're always impressed by what people come up with. I've entered a few times myself, as early as LCC 5 with the entry Drift, and then
was that the one with the super awesome thumbnail of like going in the superhero pose on the sand dune.
Yep, that was the sand dune entry. Yeah. I believe we were the first sand dune fight. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, that was a big one. And then I always remember Mike from that one. He looked at our thumbnail as soon as we color corrected. He's like, "This looks like Star Wars." Like, yep, that was it. So, and then I helped some locals up in Michigan do their LCC 7 entry. I just consulted and filmed it for them, helped them edit. That was for Shadow Duelist. And then LCC X, I fought my long distance friend, Andrew Bugenis, boater, you may know him as. And then again, I fought my girlfriend, now wife, in LCC 15. You might be noticing a trend here. Every 5 years I've entered.
Nice.
And then, I entered again this year, but unfortunately did not make the top 10. I've thrown myself on the knife for the rest of your entertainment. But yeah, we have a lot of good entries. There's some very steep competition. I'm not even embarrassed about. Like, you guys rocked it this year, so I'm looking forward to seeing what we come up with and how it goes.
Yeah. Since my mic was broken earlier, I'll go again as well. So yeah, I'm not judging this year either. Along with Chris, we're kind of like co-emceeing the event because we entered contest. But yeah, I'm Max Jordan. You might know me from Loyalty a couple years, or that was 2013. Oh geez, that's a while ago. And then 2016, I won again with Recollection. And then I've entered a few other times or helped with other people's entries since I think my first time entering was 2010. So yeah, it's been a while. So yeah, looking forward to getting into the entries and watching what everyone did this year. So, right. Or did we want to actually go into prizes or save that till the end?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and announce what Will's got cooked up for us?
Yeah, so let's start with third place. What you got going on? I'll transition the video. Oh, sorry. Something went off. Can you just start that over again?
There we go.
There we go.
So I have it on my screen over here.
Okay.
So third place will be receiving this saber. It's called the Fallen Protector. It'll be installed with NeoPixel electronics, as well as a Profi open source soundboard. And yeah, so if anybody's familiar with NeoPixel tech, I've talked about it in the prize video from last year. But it's really, really awesome modern string technology that's in these blades that allowed them to be very bright and very durable, which is great for SaberComp entries.
Yeah. And so that's the third place one. And then what you're planning on, you cooked up something super special for second place.
Yes. So
hold on, guys. Sounds like we had a little audio drop when we went to the other picture of the saber.
It's all fixed now.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. Get it together, Max.
I forgot to copy audio sources over to OBS in the prizes window. It's not just an overlay. So
okay.
that
we
was
be good now. Huh?
Yeah, we
technical,
should.
Very technical.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry about that, guys.
Did you say anything important while it was showing the picture? NeoPixel Electronics.
I had him restart it.
Got
so,
it back? Okay,
yeah,
all
we
right.
got
All
it.
right.
Making
Fantastic.
sure. Yep.
And then yeah, so for first place, I keep hitting my microphone. For first place and second place, the Ryan Weber and myself, some last minute cahoots here. Ryan is of course known for the Saber Shop Novus, his pretty famous in this community custom saber that he used to sell about I don't know what 10 years ago or so, maybe a little less, 8 years ago. It's been a while.
Yeah. Probably.
And basically it's a stunt focused saber that made for there it is. For specifically for film use, much like the props used in the actual prequel movies. So we wanted to, for the 20th anniversary, wanted to do something that was evocative of the LCC and SaberComp's past. And so we have decided to make a few one-off Saber Shop Novus sabers, but installed with modern electronics, with NeoPixel electronics, that we'll be giving away for some of the top prizes. So
pretty cool.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, like I've been, eyeing how to do a light up Novus like that for a long time, many years, and at the time of making the Novus in the first place, carbon fiber was kind of where it's at if you really wanted something durable to really go to town and do some stunt fighting with. And I feel like since then, somehow, this polycarb tubing with the LEDs in it and stuff is really, it feels like it's come a long way. They're lightweight and they're standing up to the abuse that we need to put them through. All the entries that use them look awesome. Like the light casting is such a cool thing. And I regret not being able to really get into that. So Will just pitched this out of the blue at me, wanting to do this. And I was like, that's pretty cool.
It's time.
So we'll collab on exactly refining that design to work for that. But that's pretty cool and that's exciting. And guys, this isn't something that he'll be selling over there on Coastal Sabers regularly. This is a kind of a very short run, one-off special thing. So that's a prize.
Get them while they're hot.
It'll be one of or three of a kind, I guess. But so for second place, we'll be giving away one of them, one Novus NeoPixel saber, and then for first place, we're going to be giving away two of them, so you can battle together and make your films with them.
Right.
But yeah.
And then also, in addition to that, you had a special thing for everyone who entered.
Oh yes. It was. Two other things. So for the popular vote, whoever wins the popular vote, I have a bit of a smaller prize. One of last year's Coastal Sabers gridlocks will be given away to the winner of the popular vote. Yes. And then
if you remember the promo for last year's contest. One of the characters in the promo you actually used one of those gridlock sabers, and they worked really great on set.
And then for everybody, for anyone who entered this year, all 42 or 43 entries, we'll be doing a 10% discount code to anybody who entered.
Nice.
Yeah. And you said you're going to have your shop up soon?
Right. That is important to know. So right now the shop is actually not live at coastalsabers.com. If you look it up, it'll see under construction or something like that. And that will be hopefully up within the next couple days. So once that is live, all that should be working.
Yeah, and me and Chris and Nate on the admin team will be working with getting all the coupon codes to the people who entered, and making sure everyone gets that and can get some fancy sabers that we will have to see in next year's contest.
Definitely.
Yes.
So keep
We
an eye on
will
your
want to
emails,
see.
everybody.
Oh, yes.
If you win, you have to do it again.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's business settled. I think we're ready to start rolling with the entries, guys.
Okay, let's do it. All right. I am going to switch over to the judging screen and wait a moment to see if the audio works properly.
Yeah, if we all should say something just to check it. Yeah.
Yes, it should be working.
Yep. If everyone in the chat just wants to have our backs on this one, just confirm.
Yeah. All right. And testing 1, 2, 3. I can see waveforms on this screen, so hopefully that's good.
Testes. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
Sorry, Shane.
And looks like there's audio. Good. There we go.
Awesome.
Okay, good. Okay, let's start. So we got our first entry queued up, which is let me get the right one selected. Let's see. That was not the right one.
Juliet Merlot from the chat says, "I'm so nervous. So are we. So let's do this."
All right. There we go. Clicking on the right media. There we go. And the first one is Nightmare, a medieval Star Wars fantasy, scene 10, which apparently he said was not, it's not the full film. It's just a section of the film. So there's a little context stuff that might be there, but okay. And we're queued up at the start. 3, 2, 1, and play.
This year's bumper buy.
That was a collaboration between me, Nate, and my brother-in-law. All kind of did little parts of it. This is Hollow Point Holiday, and he is kind of the guy that runs it is Tom Bevins. He's been in the Discord for a while as well.
Yeah, he's been promoting this concept for quite a while. Very excited about it.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I haven't. I can't remember if I mentioned earlier that I'm seeing all these for the first time. So
Me too.
It's reaction. Yes, for Shane and I, it's a reaction video as well as.
That's what I do all the time. So.
Perfect.
Far, far away.
It's funny to see an underscore with a font like this.
I think he's calling it scene 10 there.
Yeah, I understand.
Sure.
Nice makeup and dirt going on.
Yeah.
A good atmosphere. We have some full plate mail going on here. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
This costume's great.
Yeah, love that helmet.
Entry volume is a little low, they're saying, Max.
Okay. And I can hear it in someone's audio.
Yep.
God, it looks so heavy to be fighting in that thing.
Are you all right?
That's nice crossguard saber action.
Yeah, just dominating the center of that space.
Some of the moves are the same, but the performance is really great.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good thing talking about the difference of performance versus the actual choreography. Sometimes that does work. Sometimes the repeated motions tend to work if the
Yeah, like Luke in episode 6. So yeah.
Ray and
Right
7
there.
always had a particular stabbing move.
Looks great though. Wow.
that turn was really nice.
Yeah, metal armor plus glowing saber props, good combo.
This is not going well.
I know.
Yeah,
have
with
to
all
get
their
them set.
armor,
But how?
shiny armor,
Follow my
having
lead.
those glowing
Ready?
props are really
Yeah,
nice.
all the different purposes. Yeah. Good aesthetic.
Maybe it's like Knights of the really old Republic.
Well, they would have cords attached though, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So the problem of having multiple fighters is solved when you make sure the camera's close and you don't see the other fighters. You're standing
I was gonna say that you kind of forget how many people are in here, and the big problem is when you keep it wide, you see people idling or waiting. That's the problem. But if you keep it to just the action that's happening, it's a good lesson as far as that goes.
there. Yeah, because the world is only what they see in the window.
Very true.
Yeah.
That was a great effect.
I'm loving all the spark floating stuff going on. It really adds to the atmosphere.
Bring me the passengers, I want them alive.
Yeah.
You just get yeeted into that lake?
Yeah, that looked like a wide shot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure.
Chat says it's only a flesh wound.
Just about a stretch.
I do like the added, like they're adding a little bit of like heavy clanging sound to the lightsaber sound effects. That's a nice little touch.
Sure those aren't just swords under that effect?
Also, could be the armor moving around, but that kind of mixes all in
yeah.
together, you know.
Yeah, the chat's talking about how this is a good blend of like knight armor and then just Vader's style.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a BTS on how they got all this made.
Yeah. Apparently he's been working on this for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Just it's almost apparently almost feature length, the actual finished thing.
I'm there.
Yeah.
Production off the chain, man.
Yeah.
From an audio editor standpoint, I would work on that choke a little bit. It's kind of just an ongoing grind, but
Mm-hmm. It's very present in a
Yeah.
slow motion scene.
mm-hmm.
There we go.
So before we move on, Max, there is a note from the chat that they actually couldn't hear us now. So I think we'll level up the judges here and then dial down the volume.
They were
not that we weren't heard, but we were low.
Right, we were just low.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah. Level it, please.
Yes.
Well, that was cool. I'm sure that in the context of the thing, it would land different, where you're actually, because there's a lot of characters in play here. And I'm sure if you really had a little attachment to all of them and felt it as the buildup in the narrative, like this would land very differently, and I think we all as judges, we have that in our heads, we're trying to account for that aspect of it, but at the end of the day, all we're evaluating is the few minutes that we get here into the contest, but it was good. I liked there's a strong progression and a lot of big, sort of growing into the power moves at the end and building up in the drama through it. It felt,
And those are my thoughts exactly. I think when you have the Vader type, he doesn't have to be doing a lot of crazy moves. He just has to perform them well. Mm-hmm. And there's that build up and there's that escalation. And we had that stronger, faster, more intense stuff, the more powerful stuff, I should say. In terms of the moves, they were not the most complex, but they were performed really well, and the production value was insanely great.
Yeah, if you ever played Jedi Academy, their Vader would definitely be a heavy class. Big slow moves, but when they hit, you're almost dead. So
actually, I kind of like that. I like that this antagonist, for lack of story context, was pretty interesting because there was no dialogue. There was no "I will get you." There was no threat as far as theatrically. There was just this presence. So I thought that was actually a cool decision, regardless for the entry or for their thing.
Yeah, I like the sound design on him where he was first introduced when he after the wide shot when it was in close up on him was walking. It was sort of like just this growling, but behind metal and sort of slightly robotic. It was just an interesting sort of animalistic mechanical mix that is sort of inhuman to a certain degree.
Yeah, that's what the threat felt more so than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, obvious why we're using crossguard sabers in this context, but it was nice to see them actually use the little bottom ones a little bit and actually work that in, because a lot of people like to just use it because it's cool.
Yeah,
they don't actually leverage the fact that it's different from a normal lightsaber. Always looking for how you're exploiting the differences in the weapons and everything.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Will, what do you got?
I mean, I think you guys covered it pretty well. I think it looked great. The effects were wonderful. I think it really landed, majority of the way there. I would love to see the full thing when that comes out. But yeah, the costume is fantastic, and like Max said, having the physical props there with the reflections and everything. Sell it a heck of a lot more. But yeah, it was great.
I've got Hollow Point Holiday in our chat, actually. He wants us to remind us Vader was built with the idea to be more akin to a classic movie monster than an actual person or character. Yeah. Easy to forget with the prequel era, but yeah, he was just a shadowy presence. I think that's part of the cool factor with this character also.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Great job on that. Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah. Any comments on the visual effects, Ryan, or any?
What do you guys think about the visualization of the Force like they did here? Like it wasn't, you're choking somebody, you're throwing a Force push, classically that has no visual effect associated with it at all. And then sometimes we, I don't know about canon, especially as you get into like, the cartoon shows and stuff, which I'm not familiar with, but this was definitely the most dramatic portrayal of Force effects that I've seen. I feel like it was maybe a bit much, but I can see why you do it. It definitely makes it clear what's happening, and that can get lost with so many characters moving around.
And it's it's something a bit different. You don't see that very often, and I think there's a lot of Force powers going on in this film, so makes I think a little bit more interesting, and I think the particle effects look good. But yeah,
Yeah, I think the force effects worked with the sound design they had. They had like really like big sound design, which those two work together. I would say the colors were very bright. Even the sabers themselves, everything was very saturated, and the glows weren't super feathered. Whereas the actual footage itself was very muted and almost monotone.
Which, especially in such a dark scene, was a little overwhelming in
Right.
some places. And so I might pare that back. And then, the force effect stuff, I think, I felt a little magical to me.
Yeah, I got that feeling. I mean, for this context, it kind of worked to be more of a magical presence, but I was a little surprised. Yeah.
Speaking from a gamer perspective, that's a big facet in like Knights of the Old Republic. Like, so in your video game, you can see what's being thrown. So I wonder if that's what they're trying to evoke here.
That's what it reminded me of too. Video gamey or magical.
Yeah, I thought they were trying to evoke fantasy. I mean, it also wouldn't surprise.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It also wouldn't surprise me if, like, in post, they were like, we have a lot of stuff going on. So the visualization of the Force, I was able to easily tell in like a 3 or 4 minute video what was going on. So, in terms of me judging it that way, I didn't get lost. And because they were wearing armor, I just thought it was like, oh, they're wearing armor. It's like a fantasy or high fantasy. And it's supposed to look magical. And I'm going through Willow right now. So.
Yeah, just finished Rings of Power myself. He's actually Hollow Point in the chat again. He says, more in the forefront akin to fantasy storytelling like Lord of the Rings. So that is what they were going for.
That was the
makes sense.
Like in context, obviously makes
so
a
like
lot
Ryan
of sense.
said, if we had that context, he probably would understand that even more.
Okay, well, fantastic.
All right, should we move to the next one?
One down, 9 to go.
Okay. So next up we have Homage by Scott Garcia. He's a Jedi Pastor on the Discord. He's entered several times over the years as well. He's had some of my favorite entries.
I have some notes on that here, actually, before we get going. He has entered in...
Good. I like these notes before, too.
05, 07, 10, 20, and 21. Now SaberComp 22 he's entered.
Yeah. He had one of my favorite entries back in the day. It was called... Oh, was it called Battle Within or something of that? Something like that. It was. I've watched that so many times. Also, it was my first time hearing the Mission Impossible 2 music, which kind of blew my mind. I was going to say,
Conflict Within hit me because I rocked that soundtrack so hard. Like, as soon as I had my driver's license, I was listening to that. Yep. So I see a SaberComp entry with it. I'm like, oh, come on.
Yes.
This is great.
Hans Zimmer for the win.
Yep.
All right. But this is Homage. And let's see right there. And 3, 2, 1, play. Yes, the Conflict Within. That was the one.
Correct. Yeah, they've had a resurgence recently with consecutive years getting back into it. I believe with his son.
Bringing up the OG logos. Almost like this is an homage.
Oh, hey, I made that one.
I'm excited. I'm a fan of Scott and his crew, so.
Yes.
Definitely.
Speaking of Hans Zimmer, I'm remembering, like, sounds like Gladiator right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I see what they're going for here. Gonna bring out the old tropes, the old music.
In the early 2000s, like woman hemming type thing.
Yes.
And they should keep that around. That's a great trope.
I mean, it's in Dune, too. So.
I haven't seen Dune yet. I need to. I want to read the book first. Anyway.
Ooh, going with the
just watch it.
The 4:3 aspect ratio starting off.
Yeah,
that's nice. Needs more scan lines, I think.
Interlacing.
He said in the behind the scenes that it starts off in the different eras of like choreography and filmmaking with kind of locked off tripod stuff, like the old samurai films, and then goes through different styles of filmmaking.
Reminds me of like Eastern films I've seen about like the Eternal Battle.
Yeah.
Good choreography.
Yeah. Really going.
I like the T-shirt and cape especially.
Yeah.
So,
Door.
One thing for me, I really like for the fight, and except for the last one was an exception. Oh, there you go.
We just go to the Matrix here now? Yeah.
What's the one called? Sentius?
What was Tumble Monster's entry called? I don't remember. because that's what they're referencing here.
Now we're back to the 69 game. Like,
Yeah.
But it also reminded me of Zap.
Oh yeah.
oh,
definitely.
Zap. Yeah.
Intermezzo Dualis Reloaded with Zap. Yeah. Yeah, I've been reliving the TFN glory days a little bit. I wrote a just a summary of like year one, and I was scouring through old forum posts just to see what we were all talking about back then. Oh, we were such nerds, man. Like,
Were. Is that a kip up?
There it is.
That's why we're all fighting around scaffolding frames.
Exactly.
aha.
Then the guy just shows up.
Yeah. I've been knocking on this door for 5 minutes.
The pass is always behind you.
He was trying every code out there. Finally got it.
Oh,
Slick.
Nope.
Widescreen now.
Now I'm 2.4.
yeah, because reverse started becoming a little more prevalent here, probably.
Oh,
Oh, he's doing the 300.
Yeah, I would say the Zack Snyder shot.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Which was what inspired my 2005 entry.
He doesn't give enough credit for his action, Zack Snyder. Yeah.
Oh, that's a whole other debate. Don't get me started on that. I'm still weeping over Cavill.
Dude, I can't. My mind is blown. It pisses me off.
Yeah. Lightsabers, Shane. Lightsabers.
No, this is great. So, I'm judging it obviously by like, all right, they're going era by era. Like the performance across the board is always strong, and that's a great move.
That was cool.
And I just love, like, you know, I've been spending time as the archivist just memorizing these entries as I'm entering all the data for them, and like seeing someone else who's just doing it alongside just for kicks on his own. That's great to see.
You're like our Pablo
Grab the blade a little
Hidalgo.
bit there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ouch.
Yeah.
It's good, you know. Slow motion, though, just to be a little critical. Although I am. It's really putting a smile on my face. This whole thing. But you know, the slow mo makes it real, lets you really see everything. And so to me, it's like as soon as you do that and you have a swing where it's like, yeah, I wouldn't have got him anyway, that kind of stuff. I'm kind of like,
Right.
we should
No,
do
yeah.
that.
Highlights the problems.
Yeah, but I certainly appreciate doing it at all. You know, because that's very interesting.
Yeah, when I did slow mo for I think Bounty, that was terrible. Or maybe
Yeah, it's definitely more of like a pick your moment kind of thing when it comes to sword fighting rather than like a running slow mo shot.
is that guy with the long hair? I'm pretty sure he's the dude like he's been working with.
Yeah, I think is that the Afro guy from the last couple of years, and his hair
Yeah.
grew longer.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
last
No,
years.
it's someone different.
Is it?
Oh.
But no, so Jedi Pastor and that. All right, coming back to our screen.
I like that by the saber they have. Perfect.
The Jedi Pastor guy with the glasses in that young kid is his son who's been getting into this stuff as well.
Wow.
So that's great.
Yeah, that's great. This is just this is generational thing we've been doing now.
I'm wondering if there's a theme this contest of like bringing your family into it.
Maybe.
It happened a few more times than not.
Yeah.
So
If my son wasn't such a disappointment, I'd have a minute. I'm just kidding. He's watching it.
I was gonna say my
Watching
daughter's,
that
my daughter's 14 now, and she's got her own set of lightsabers. I'm like, oh, maybe.
now. Yeah.
That's how I'll get back into it.
And then all
Mine's
our
only
kids,
4.
Yeah, all our kids will fight each other. Maybe.
yes. So what did you guys think of Homage?
I thought it had some really cool moments that was definitely nostalgic of old entries for sure. Some stuff that we brought up while watching about how sometimes slow-mo can show the weaknesses in the choreography, but I think it was definitely a nostalgic trip for me.
It was cool because of the moving shot, and I understand that there been some cuts there when it went over the black. That's a little too smart for me, but I thought it worked pretty well. But yeah, I saw a couple of the mistakes. I was just trying to like, obviously in the beginning, I was really just trying to say, okay, they're trying to do early years of the LCC, and they did what they wanted to do. They accomplished that. In terms of choreography, I thought it looked pretty good, and it was performed very well. Like it wasn't my favorite entry of his, but no, I thought it was performed quite well. And when they had all three, and it was kind of like they were looking at each other, like, "Are we going to team up? Are we going to team up?" I thought that was humorous. It wasn't the most cinematic entry, but like they consistently perform well, and that's to me that's number one.
Yeah, I think everything in that they do exactly what they're trying to do. It's very intentional, and I love just all the references to the old stuff. I love the Matrix stuff. You get the Matrix shot there towards the end, but yeah, I really like that one. And then all the different logos at the beginning, all the classic ones.
Definitely set it up for that, yeah.
Getting the feels in there.
Yeah.
Definitely sets you. I mean, watching it, it puts you in a mood to be more forgiving, and I don't mean that in a critical way necessarily, like as if that made me like it more than I would have, and I wouldn't have liked it. No, it was cool, but it just this sort of that as the context for the thing, I appreciated.
So you're saying if they fought bad, it's because we all used to fight bad back then.
Right.
It's a style choice.
But it wasn't at the beginning, even coming around toward the garage door and stuff. I like that low angle with the camera move that was following them through. They kept it pretty dynamic. They were certainly not the slowest we've seen in this contest or anything by any stretch of the imagination, or the simplest in terms of the vocabulary. I think they could have gone farther in being bad at the beginning, if we're being honest. So,
like a forest,
Right. But
yeah.
But that was fun. That was a fun one.
So and let me be clear. So the seemingly younger guy was his son, like the guy, that son. That makes me love him more. And he's got some moves. Like I haven't seen past couple of years entries. I'm not sure if he's actually entered before his son.
Yeah.
But no, I thought his moves were performed really well. He's got the spins. I wasn't like, he could have hit him there. Maybe during the slow-mo stuff, but no, just keep it up. Like I thought it was great. If you go look at my first few entries, they're terrible. So yeah, good job, man.
Yeah. Justin, did you have anything?
No, just what I said before, but I'll agree with Shane that some of the, especially from the young Jedi or fighter there, he definitely had a really good athleticism to him, so you really did buy into his moves. So that was quite nice to see.
Oh, I've got Scott Garcia actually popped up in our chat here. He says this was filmed at our rescue training center, and it's a love letter to the competition, which we definitely see. Definitely getting a good nostalgia trip here, man.
Through loud and clear. Yeah.
Also, I'd say next time, don't need to work so hard on the lightsabers and mask the glows. You just need to mask the core. I noticed in a couple shots he was masking the full glow around them. And that's
you can certainly save yourself a little work.
yeah. If you just mask the core and then do the glow on top of that.
Yep.
But if we can be nerdy for just a moment, though, and depart on this subject, since you brought it up. So, obviously, in canon, we actually have context for both of those situations, wherein it has been included both ways. Personally, I used to be adamantly against what you're talking about, which is where you'd have the entire glow and then you stencil the entire thing by anything that's in front of it. To me, the implication of that is that the glow exists in space around this tube, and so things going in front of it will block it, versus where if you just mask the glow and then the core and then the glow all comes out from that, it's an optical effect, like if you're shooting a fluorescent light or something that's actually glowing. I've kind of come around to being half and half. I think there's something about cutting out a little more of the glow that sort of sets it in place a bit more,
makes it feel three-dimensional.
Right.
Yeah, to some degree. So I kind of like I would do it and then like maybe just half as much, like sort of 50-50.
Because it's a cylinder of light, not a spotlight, so it's not necessarily like flaring right at the camera. So it might be dialed back in that situation.
You can actually see a good example, Ryan, of what you're talking about in Rise of Skywalker, when they're fighting on the old Death Star and it's like all the mist from the water flowing around. There's several times where it's lighting up the mist of the water in front of someone, but you don't actually see much of the blade itself.
Which is a great way to like justify doing that, because it's like, okay, great, yeah, totally. So anyway, sorry for the departure.
No, that's what people want to hear.
Yeah, Jeff Coway says, "Please, Ryan, tell us the guidelines of the saber." So I think we're on point here.
Oh, there are no rules. Don't forget. In this contest, or as far as that goes, any rule you can break in a minute if you've got a good reason to.
Right.
You know. So we're sharing opinions here.
Scott just asked, "Do you glow it thrice, Ryan?"
Oh, glow up plenty more than thrice these days. Yeah.
I followed that tutorial when that first came out numerous times.
Yeah. Pretty sure I still have it saved here somewhere.
From the QuickTime file?
Yep.
Yeah. So should we move to the next entry?
Yep. Moving on.
Which is Hanwick.
By Jeffem Shiroki, who's also entered on several occasions here.
Yeah, he's I think he was like most famous for Cookies and Cream several years ago. Yeah. It was a big schoolyard fight with like at least 20 to 30 rotoed sabers in it. And
that's right.
He had so many, and yeah.
And I felt bad because I did the highlight reel that year, and I was in such a hurry. I missed that shot too. I was like, that's my bad, Jeff. And that should have been included, absolutely.
And not to mention, he won last year.
Yes, and won last year with what was that? Tunnel Vision. Tunnel Vision. Yes.
Yeah, really interesting black and white entry.
Yeah. So yes, so this is Hanwick, and 3, 2, 1, playing.
Not gonna lie, I have not seen the John Wick films. That is my.
Oh no.
The first one's definitely not.
Yeah, check the first one.
Well, pretty much all you need to know, the inciting incident of John Wick is bad guys murder his dog at the beginning, and that's what pulls him out of retirement.
I feel like it's a trailer.
I have had that spoiled.
I love.
There was an old TFN video where like Chewbacca was someone's roommate. Like, I wonder if this is in continuity. Bad Day for a Sith. That's what it was called.
Hilarious.
Nice. How much? She's not for sale.
Yes. Jeffem's always fantastic at comedy in his entries. He did a serious one last year, and it won, so I don't know what that says, but...
It's about to be our Spielberg is what it says. Jeez.
Nice.
Arc helmet?
You idiot.
What? I stole a ship. This is a piece of junk.
It's not what you did, son.
I like the accent.
It's you did it too.
Who I did it to? What, that fracking nobody?
That freaking nobody.
When you can't make an R-rated homage. Is that the same tunnel?
Yeah, probably. It is, yeah. Fantastic lighting though in there. I love that shot.
Well, it was black and white last time. You could see all that.
Ian always shoots first.
Father, I can make this right. I can fix this.
You will go to the club safe house. Hyun will come for you, and you will do nothing.
It's gonna be Mace Windu running the hotel.
The phone.
And there's a theory he just ended up in the lower levels.
Hanwick, 2 million credits.
Yep, he's kind of mixing John Wick 2 and 3, or 1, 2, and 3 a little bit, but still, I think this happens in the third one where it's like he gets the hit out on all the other assassins.
Yeah. Oh, he learned how to carry the Darksaber. That's good.
Yeah, Darksaber's a tough one to do with just roto without doing a full 3D blade.
Yeah, it's got texture.
Yeah, for every entry we've seen use it, I think it's a different
technique
take on the effect every time.
Yeah,
everyone's got their own way of trying to figure it out. I forget what those are called, the weapons from the sequel trilogy. Finn's weapon.
Oh, the cool baton?
Yeah.
Lightning baton.
Good move.
Wouldn't have break immediately.
love how he's just like a martial arts expert. He's like this really good street fighter.
Yeah.
You're gonna be good with everything.
Ooh,
Like,
nice.
ow. Ow. I only fell down a sand dune and that hurt.
I gotta be honest, I don't think I remember John Wick well enough to be able to say, aha, we're deliberately lifting choreography or anything specific stuff. Yeah, but I recall shooting through the wall and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
It looks like there's a few little
Yeah.
things, but not super close.
yeah, no, because I was gonna say overall, it's like it's actually a good profile of the style. A lot of the things that make it
Right.
what it is.
Wait,
You animate the eyes on the toy, Jeff?
Oh,
Guess he doesn't like Grogu.
Indiana Jones here.
Yeah, Indiana Jones.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
We all got that one.
Yeah.
Nice little vibro blade.
That just leaves me off.
Vibro go through Beskar?
Why? Do you
I
think
like
you
the
got
last one. That was great. That last one.
Just makes me think of Ender. The first hit was him, the rest was for everyone else.
There's a lot of everyone else's.
My question is, how do they get a whole rave going for this? It's a lot of extras.
They should cut to Zemo in there, just
Maybe call up the schoolyard cast again.
Get the little Zemo fist bump going.
yeah, just for a second.
This is very much directly out of the movies.
Yeah.
That,
Okay.
that specific move, like on either side of the wall.
Sure. Yeah, for that wall shot, I thought it might be nice with a little motion tracking to like stabilize it, just keep it a straight
Whoa.
tracking shot. Oh, I
That
forget what I was
cool.
saying.
I like that shot of the thing popping out too. That's cool. Kind of stabilized to it.
Breaking makes window around here.
Blue milk.
I'm not afraid of Hanwick. You?
Is that like a blue Russian he's drinking there?
But you should be.
Nice.
Another bottle. Get me another bottle.
Nice little
That's where
music.
she went.
Red shirt. Oh,
red shirt.
He's done. He's gone.
Just tap out, buddy.
He's just fall. Just-
That's how the Mandalorian just runs out like a wuss. Ah, there's a lightsaber.
I was just gonna say that. There's one.
This is why we're here, folks.
There we go.
Right.
This guy's always had really good physicality in his fights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if it is just like the fun, lighthearted comedies, they still go hard on their fights.
Yeah. A lot of people focus on the arms, so his whole body's in this.
Yeah.
They got Wilhelm.
Again. I can't tell if it's camera angles or not, but he looks like a massive dude. Like,
It's a good thing I marked this not for children on YouTube.
Yes. Oh, so far that's this one.
It was just a fracking book.
Was that the human Greedo? Is that what we're taking away from this?
Mark, mark.
Vieber.
Sorry, sir, Mr. Baker, sir, please don't choke me, but your son got shot in the face.
Please don't
and
choke
so
me.
did everyone. Okay, bye.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Sequel. Well, that was something.
Yeah. Saber fighting a cat. I'm like, oh, that's the next one. Okay,
Yep.
very good.
Yes.
Yep. All right. So what do we
Spoilers.
think?
It was a lot of fun. Okay, so there's a lot that wasn't saber fighting, and that, hey, no rules, right? As long as we had some sabers, right? So, but I did, I enjoyed the gunplay and the hand-to-hand stuff. It was, they're definitely living in that style, the John Wick stuff, quite nicely, which is, it's a good one to strive for. So, but yeah, you guys go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you go, Shane.
Yeah. Okay. So and this is just who I am. I usually don't go in for the funny stuff, and when I watch something like this, I want to see less guns, more sabers. But I can't deny, and we said it when we were watching it, the physicality. Getting the whole body involved.
Mm-hmm.
We have the protagonists, barely getting by. Like, one thing great about Jackie Chan, that sweet man, is he's always getting his ass kicked. You know what I mean? He's always barely dodging. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you guys did that all the time, but you could tell it was an uphill fight. You know what I mean? Kind of like emulating that John Wick stuff. It's like he's going uphill, fighting his way through these guys. He's tired. He's getting his ass kicked. And it's physical when he's throwing his back into his punches. He's throwing his back into rolling someone over his shoulder. And I, as a choreographer, I absolutely appreciate that. I did, it was funny. I don't really, that's not usually my thing. I'm just kind of like a Debbie Downer there. But the choreography was great. Choreography was great. I did laugh. And I liked the action. Like, that stuff at the end was great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a visual effects guy. I mean, that could have looked a little better. But I don't know how to do that stuff. I get other people to do that for me. You know what I mean? Keep it up. I love the action. I love the smashing action physicality of it. I'll shut up now.
All right, guys.
Yeah, I mean, his stuff is consistently funny. I mean, not all of his entries are comedy based, but the ones that are always great. And great concept. And for the lightsaber action that was there, it's always it's good, as it always is. I love the hand-to-hand stuff. The John Wick, the gun fu was fun. But yeah, I love his stuff. All of his entries are great. So I like that one a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah.
But I'll echo everything that was said. Pretty much, good physicality, good choreography. He was very he was in for each one of those hits. So it was really fun to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think we're ready to move on.
Yeah, I think that just one small thing I would do is it could be cut down a little bit. I think it just felt some of the gun stuff at the beginning. It got a little repetitive in the stairwell, where to us it looked like all the same location. So couldn't tell the progression of it quite so much. But other than that, I love the physicality of the action, and the comedy was fantastic.
So someone said, you can't imagine how much rolling down the stairs hurt.
Oh, yes.
That's what I was thinking. And I've been judged by people on this panel, and I understand like getting hurt for that good shot, and so we don't want to like not call that stuff out.
Oh yeah,
it's rough business. Yeah. So praise you for doing all that. Seriously, like it's physicality.
It's worse than that. In the chat, Jeffem says, "In one take, that baseball swing I ducked under cracked me so hard it hit in the face."
Oh man,
no. That is one thing. One thing I'll say is that I in Vancouver here, I've worked in costumes for film and stuff, and I got to know a lot of the stunt guys. They do a lot of the Arrowverse stuff, and that's why they're there, right? And when you see entries like this, they don't have a stunt guy who's used to throwing himself down the stairs. Yeah. So it takes a lot of brave sense of getting it done right the first time, as opposed to 13 times in your padding and the practice.
Yeah, how frequently have we had director, actor, and stuntman all rolled up into one? Like that's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah. All right, should we move to the?
Yeah, I think we've said our piece on that.
All right, next up, we have Nemesis by... Okay, I'm sorry if I mess up. Is it... not sure how to say that first one, but it's the Saber Fighting Academy. It's Russian Jedi in the Discord. This is one of his entries.
Have we had an entry named Nemesis before?
Oh, I can't remember.
I feel like during one of the years I entered, we had a Nemesis. So
Antoine and Ricky, which I shot for them.
Okay, it's got to be better than that. Yeah.
All right. We are ready, and 3, 2, 1, playing.
Another past entrance, hailing all the way from Russia, these guys. Let's see, 2018, 2019, 2020, and let's see, best production design, first place with The Remains in 2020.
Harkening back to the OG for SaberComp with like a really cool parking garage.
Yep.
Well, along with Daddy Obi Squirrel before hitting. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the duel talked about. It's a bit of an homage to a lot of the Ryan versus Ryan.
I see that right there with this stuff.
Yeah, especially some elements later on with the there's some shot-to-shot references, like right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know that shot.
That exact moveset.
There it is, yeah.
Kind of shot for shot for a little bit here.
Yeah,
I'll start counting against you soon, though.
So is this an argument, or is this like a fight? That's one thing I think about when I think of intensity. Are these people arguing, or are they fighting? Are they trying to dance, or are they trying to kill each other?
Nice glowy saber in there. Lighting is nice.
I always like that little reverse when you're going with the backhand with the double staff. It's a very Darth Maul move.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Double sabers. That was a good move.
That was cool, yeah.
Every once in a while I see a move like, damn, that was a good move.
Well, yeah, every now and then he has some really good cognizance of the fact he's got two lightsabers, and he's using them as one swing.
Well, just like it's hard to be surprised nowadays. Even the Kenobi series had one good move. Holy shit! How did we not think of that 20 years ago? Huh?
Oh, there it is.
That's familiar. The little hop skip move. I'm not sure I've seen
Yeah. The Clone Wars the Maul move.
that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. In that last season, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Against Ahsoka. Yeah.
When you compare yourself, when you emulate people who've done it, though, you're gonna get. They're gonna come. You
Yeah,
gotta
you get paired. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should call this one Homage.
Right.
Yeah. Subtle homage. If you know, then you know.
Not quite the Brandon. Brandon needs to be up a little more, doesn't it? Oh, there's some intensity.
Oof. Wow.
I like that shot.
Yeah, that move is great.
R. That kick didn't really connect.
Ah, jeez.
It's Brandon. Wait.
Change his hair?
Feel it coming. I was like, I know it was gonna be the end, and I was like, oh, I was actually really. It's sort of the momentum kind of came in low, like you're gonna do one more thing. But I mean, that's the point, leave it hanging.
I feel that too.
I got a lot to say, but I don't want to be the first one to talk.
There it goes.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, well, I'll jump in as I feel the entry invited a response specifically to several things.
Oops.
Oh, sorry. Just
So I like-
retiming it. Go ahead.
Let me just get my audio down. There we go. Cool. There was a lot of speed here, and speed isn't everything. Like to me, it's like what is selling to an audience the drama of it, and speed is a quick way to get there oftentimes, but it's not necessarily always the best way. But I appreciate it. It does get me a little like, oh, okay, all right, I like when we're slapping around that fast. At the end, especially, they kind of had this final, get together, and that was like they definitely put a lot of time into working out a big set, not unlike what we did on Ryan versus Brandon 2, to have this big sort of like in our case, it was like wanting to have this thing where they just come right at each other, and no one is willing to yield position. Like the feet don't move, and it's just we're just going to keep hacking until somebody makes a mistake, kind of a thing. And I like what they did here, because after that sort of first engagement, then we got more motion into it, a little twirling here, a little evasion, and then it got a little more interesting, a little more complex. It's hard to sustain that kind of like that speed. So that was cool. I liked a lot of the double stuff. It was pretty good. There weren't a whole lot of moments where what I'm always looking for is like, oh, that was tricky, or that was clever, or that was something I wouldn't like. Oh, I wish I'd thought of that. That's what I'm always wishing to think, as I see those things. And there were maybe two or three, but not not too many. But I feel like the rest of it was right there, waiting to sort of to break into that level for me. So, but good, but strong. I like saber glows. One interesting, sorry, then I'll shut up. Is we got the rolling shutter thing going on, right? And so what ends up happening with that is the sabers, they get kind of like archy, bendy looking, and I noticed that a lot here, that it was very faithfully, sort of traced onto those shapes. And I would have just make them straight. It's fine. You don't need to go to the trouble to match the rolling shutter effect. I don't think it necessarily makes them look any cooler. Although I guess in Clone Wars they do that a lot. They have these, pretty thin sabers, and when they swing, they kind of trail the motion a little bit. And I don't know. That's never been my aesthetic personally, but anyway, overall, good stuff. Yeah.
So as I was watching this, first of all, I thought it was a great entry, and and I'm a boxing fan, so I'm always thinking of like a busy fight with a lot of hits. But like Ryan said, speed isn't everything. I remember my first few entries. I remember me and Eric going, "We are so fast. No one is better than us because we're going this fast." But when you watch it, I obviously understand it's not just about speed. You're telling a story, and there's certain parts where you ramp up the intensity. So as I saw things that obviously were attributed to other fights, I couldn't help but compare them. So in the last entry, we talked about how throwing your body into it and getting your whole body into it. I feel like when you go so fast and you're not mindful of that type of thing, one thing that Brandon and Ryan did real well was they did that same thing. And, they were extending their whole body and their arms moving. But when you just try to do it fast, you look like someone with short arms doing this, and you're kind of stiff. You know what I mean? Like you're not throwing your body into it. And it sounds like I'm shitting on it. I mean, this is so good. So I think with something that's so good, I'm thinking, okay, well,
it's a really good point, because it's also when you keep it tight to yourself, you're not fully committed to it, right? It's almost like a conservative kind of, like, that's how you start, right? Because you're afraid to hit the other person, you're afraid to hit yourself, and then you get into the more broad. Okay, great. It's always like step one is, okay, get closer. Like whatever you're at, you probably need to be closer for it to look right, and for strikes to land if you didn't block them and that kind of stuff.
So in Kenda, okay, so I understand in a real fight, in episode 4, that's probably how someone would really fight, which is, the worst looking fight. You know what I mean? But you're trying to be entertaining, and you're supposed to show aggression. You're supposed to show a story. So doing the exaggerated movements, and not just trying to tap here as fast as you can, I think to do a better job of selling it. And I especially felt that way during the double saber stuff. Was because I'm always thinking of Darth Maul and how he's like swirling, he's throwing his whole body into it. You know what I mean? That being said, like Ryan said, I like the lighting, and I like the speed. The speed's really good, but when you go 100 miles per hour the whole time, something gets lost. So and it sounds like I'm poo-pooing on this. I'm trying to be constructive, because there's just so much here, so much potential.
There's to piggyback on that point, because it is really good. I mean, this is a broad note to everyone watching, and it's kind of like, if the tempo is relentless, you don't get to appreciate the ups and the downs. You don't get to have tension and release and that kind of stuff. It's like, what's better, a guy just two people just socking each other in the face as fast as they can, or one person gets knocked and they stumble and reel and recuperate and then come at the other person differently. It's like that's more storytelling that's happening there. That's more drama between characters.
You gotta go through your verses to get to the chorus, right? You gotta move that tempo.
And I'm only piling on about it because it's that was a revelation for me too, and similar to Shane, I think early on, it's just how fast can we do this? That's what will make it work. And then it's eventually you sort of come to the understanding of what actually milks the drama the best way here, even in the smallest moves,
I think it's one of those things that when episode 1 came out, that everyone wanted to do the fast intensity Obi-Wan Maul, that little segment of their fight was so fast and so adrenaline inducing that we want to stretch it out. We want to feel that.
Yeah,
You know,
but it
for
had to
3
happen at
minutes.
the right time. You know, he was angry.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the
so-
context of it.
It's
Yeah.
the context, yeah.
Like that fight was building that was a building blocks of a language that set the tone for the next 2 movies, and then the LCC has taken that language and evolved it essentially. But when you just look at that fight and their basic moves, it's still so good 20-something years later because Darth Maul performed it. Well, Ray Park performed it so well.
Exactly, yeah.
He understood timing. So it's just, I mean, it's a fantastic fight. And one thing I think about is like, dude, how many times did those sabers hit? Like, how many moves did you memorize? That's a lot. That's a great job. And some of them were shot for shot tribute, like homages, you know, to at least that's what I thought. You know, and you're going to get compared to those type of things. So like, if you're just as good, people are going to like the original. You have to be better. Just like when you have 2 people fighting, the person who's the champ of the fight, you know, if it's a draw, they're going to give it to the champ because he did it first. He was there first. He's the guy. You got to be better. And you know, I'm just, I mean, like it sounds like I just feel like really weird right now, but I'm telling you, it's great job. You know.
Yeah, I mean that one is great, and it's fast. If nothing else, it's fast, and very indicative, of course, of you know the prequel fights, and yeah, I mean, and you know a lot of it is, or not a lot of it, but there are some choice moments that are shot for shot, references to stuff, and a lot of that being the Ryan v. Brandon 2. And like Shane said, it has to be, if you're going to do it, you have to do it at least as good, if not better. And I think they succeeded in a lot of that. Obviously, I think it's not as it's not shot obviously as well as Ryan's was. I think it's definitely a different look, but there's a lot of intention there, and I think it looks great. And yeah, they have a lot of speed. And it's just good choreography, and for I think that fight only works because even though they are doing those references to pre-existing moves, stuff we've already seen before, they do that and they do it well, but they are still doing a lot of their own original choreography, and a lot of that is really, really good. And there was some moments with the double bladed that looked really, really good, and some stuff towards the end that I really liked with the single bladed stuff. So I think they, they're able to carve out their own kind of thing without just copying, old stuff. So yeah.
Like the Lion King, you watch the live action, and some of the stuff is exactly the same as it was in the cartoon. So you're always comparing it. Is this better or is it worse? And
right. It's a slippery slope, doing references like that, and I think they do it pretty well.
Yeah, I actually like the live action. My kids like it more. I think they're wrong, but it's okay.
Actually,
the acting, like when you guys do the close-ups, you guys did a good job there. So like I've always felt like these are people trying to rip each other's hearts out. So like I always want more intensity from those little close-ups, and I understand that's that's just a preference. But like I didn't have any problem when you guys would just look. When you look at the camera, I thought you guys did a good job there. So.
And that's it. That's also a good point, is that they even had close-ups, because not every fight thinks to do it. I mean, how many have we had even, perhaps so far today? Could be more potentially. But it's good. Yeah. A little flourishy, a lot of extra spins and stuff, which again, that's kind of a style thing toward the, the prequels and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I got one more thing to say. I know we're talking about, so I love the prequel movies. I grew up on them, and I know they're not perfect, but I think the fights are great. And one thing that the Obi-Wan Kenobi series did that the prequels didn't do as much is like, okay, so Anakin does the Anakin thing where he spins it behind his back, and you opened with that shot of like someone coming in and swinging that way. And for some reason, the Kenobi series, he did that in a way to where I'm like, well, why do you do that? It wasn't like a defensive move. It wasn't an offensive move. It was just a way to close the gap. And you did it here, and it reminded me of that. And I've always, not always, because it just came out this year, but I didn't need that in that. And I specifically didn't need it. And like that move at that time to open the fight, I didn't need it there. So.
Yeah. So what do you think it is about the prequels that didn't bump you the same way?
Well, in the prequels, there was a utility most of the time that I saw when, you know what I mean? Like, you look at Mustafar, like before, you know, when they're in the hallway, when Anakin does it, before they do that lunge thing where they lock up, there was a reason why, there was like a good reason for doing it there. And in Geonosis, we saw him do it on that converter belt. Like, you know, he was probably just doing shit and they added a CG later. So I didn't see any problems in the prequels when he did that. But in the Kenobi fight, I think they just wanted to show, hey, he's doing the same shit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And, yeah, I thought.
In the flashback, I know what you're talking about. I got you.
When they were in the Jedi Temple.
In the temple, right. Yep.
Yeah, so, like, you know, I like that series, you know, but I didn't need that move, you know. So, yeah.
Okay.
It's just a final note from the creator here. Tumen Saber Fighting Academy says, Ryan, you were my inspiration from my childhood. Your work on LCC videos and most other lightsaber fights made me who I am right now. So thank you so much. So it's just, yeah, it's really a love letter to Ryan and to many other competitors who've been keeping it going over the years. And, you know, we see the references there, and a lot of us have worked that into our own fights as well. So we appreciate someone continuing to do it that way.
Yeah, that's very kind. Keep going.
Keep it up. I've said a lot of, but like, this is one of my top entries. So, you know.
So we've been spending a bit on this one. We should probably move forward. Quick update on chat. Chat loves your hair, Will. They're big fans. They say you look like Anakin. And also, apparently, chat has banded together, and everyone from across the globe is going to do one entry next year, and we're all fighting in Texas. So, Battle of the Hemisphere.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Do
it. I'm just picturing one of those TikTok videos where we all swing into the screen and hit the next guy.
A lot easier.
You can do it that way.
Okay. All right, moving on to...
Okay, what number is this now, Max?
Oh, I don't know the number. I believe this is...
The
fourth?
Fifth?
Or are we on five?
Number 5. This will be number 5.
Okay. So this is No Time for Nickname. That's the channel name, which great channel name, love it. And then this is Run Padawan Run. Okay. And...
I hope I don't need to have seen Run Lolo Run.
Yes.
Actually, I had to watch that in German class.
Okay. And 3, 2, 1, play.
Oh, the studio says School of Saber Fighting Padawans. Is this the same group?
I'm just going off of the channel name.
You're right. Let's see. This is what they submitted for their email.
Yeah, I'd love to know what their team name is.
Inquisitor.
Why not? Where's the saber? What happened?
Inquisitor era. I'm assuming he's just on the run. I don't know why all the Jedi's on the run from the Inquisitors still dress like Jedi.
The ISB needs to crack down this graffiti, though. I'll tell you that right now.
Speaking Russian, so I'm pretty sure this is the same group.
I don't believe it's the same group.
No?
No. We actually have several groups in European / Slavic countries that enter. But
well, first of all, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But
looks 3D printed, the helmet.
Does.
When the spec hits it, you see all the lines.
Sure.
What you know.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of stuff I saw when I was researching my own helmet.
Oh, they're just really into them.
Ladies, he took a vow. That's not.
Yeah, see, they're fighting over them. I mean, my Russian's a little rusty, but
I think you nailed it. Yeah.
The black lipstick under the helmet is what really makes for me. She takes it serious.
I like his shrug. That was great.
Oop.
Well, he's got a favorite.
Apparently.
I hope it's her.
Have you guys seen Undercover Brother?
No.
We had the two chicks fighting, and then he was watching. So.
Just like all my dreams, Shane. I mean, he's already whipped. He's just going to sit here and wait it out. Like,
I like how I try to just put one leg up over, you know.
Yeah.
So that was really good. But before that, a couple of the spins were a little
slow. Yeah.
You know, you needed a little more wrist maneuverability, which, you know, it's who the hell needs that? But for this, you do.
That was good.
Yeah.
It's kind of right in that middle ground where it's you know, there's interesting choreography happening, but there's a certain stiffness to it. You know,
Yes.
I feel like there could be more. The next thing to work on would be the rest of the body, the footwork, the motion,
the aggression. Yeah,
just the actual moves are all there.
Yeah, you can kind of see him, like, you know, counting it out, pacing. Like, it's a very even pace.
Yeah. And I'm always wondering, like, who's the aggressor and why? And they're both a similar build, so, like, it went back and forth, and I could understand that. Like, I've always fought a bigger person, Eric, and we always made him the aggressor because I thought it sold it better. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He did run.
He did run.
Good.
Oh.
This is not the music I was going to expect.
Quick change on that music there.
Maybe not quite the comedy in the entry to sell the credits music there, but
was I right with my plot details? Was that
okay?
Beautiful.
all right, lady fight over.
Yeah,
Padawan.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of made my main point while we were watching it, but you know what Shay mentioned too was making me think about how you know, I think it was highlighted that they're wearing similar attire, both chicks and everything, and so it highlighted for me the part where, like, sort of the way that they fight, you know, there's not really a very detectable difference there. There's not much of a dynamic, really. And, you know, plenty are guilty of that, probably myself at many points as well. But I think even if they're similar in style and a match in power and skill set and all that, you know, sort of getting someone who's a little more of a flow to the kind of who's winning and who's losing, who's overpowering, who's not, or mixing it up with, you know, losing a saber or somebody gets injured, just to kind of not have it be so even the whole time. It'd be something to think about for next time, maybe.
No, that's a good point. Like, yeah, the evenness, and it was going back and forth. And if they were both wearing their helmets the whole time, I might not have been able to tell them apart. That being said, I thought the costumes were really cool. Yeah, I could tell it was 3D printed, but that's all right. You know, I can't do that shit. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people can. I'd have to order one personally. So good job there. And I would say, like, there's a stiffness to it, even though I felt like you guys were moving your body okay. There was a stiffness to, and I can't really articulate why, but I think it was mostly in the wrist. So when you'd have a spin that goes like this, it made a small circle, like it, you know, just like in if you watch the in Geonosis, when you watch some of the Jedi in Episode 2, some of these extras, these fools are just, instead of doing this, they're doing this. So, you know, like, I saw a few of those spins right there. And I know we only talk about the things that alerted us. You know, I thought the moves, like the choreography moves, were done well. But like the performance of the moves, like the you know, the intensity and the story of the fight, maybe having like a more clear individuality, or a clear winner, a clear aggressor, and a clear someone who yields. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Sorry, just bump in here real quick. I didn't realize that one had an end credit scene.
Oh.
So I'm just gonna switch over to that real quick. And
I'm a pervert, so I'm just wondering what that is.
Easy, Ohio.
I know, right?
okay.
Background music is great.
You were starting to say, Will?
But yeah, I think intention is a, you know, like who why, you know, motivation, you know, is important, like what Shane was saying. But yeah, I think this could use some of the speed from the duel we just watched. But other than that, you know, the costumes are great, the location's great. Yeah, I liked quite a bit of it. Also, can we appreciate Shane's lightsaber prop that he's got going on there?
Time.
His fire poker.
So someone in chat, or Nate in chat, was asking if that was a Jawa prod.
I'm waiting for one of them to roto that for us, please. Thanks.
I'm probably the only one in this panel who doesn't know how to roto. I mean, Eric would sit me down and say, "Do this and this for 2 hours. I'll come back." But start the process.
I mean, that's how everyone starts roto, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'll agree with everything that's been said. I know I said it during the video itself too, that I found that the photography was pretty. It was there. It just, and like Will said, it's kind of interesting, the juxtaposition between this one and the previous video where it was so fast, and this one was just so much more of a lower tempo that it was just much more noticeable of that aspect of it. But I think the moves are there, and I think a little bit more physicality would really sell that.
It does feel like it was maybe just a bit more rehearsal away from regaining some of that speed. Maybe, you know, like you know, Shane, you're talking about the spins and stuff, and that's kind of like you have to acquire a certain number of hours of XP to then have the comfort to know how to just hold it right here and get the looseness that you, because there's a certain you know, fluidity that you achieve after you have the confidence of not feeling like you're going to smack yourself in the back of the head every time, you know.
Just speaking from like a martial arts perspective, it feels very technically correct. Like these are moves you might see in a kata or a performance, but they're not quite fighting. Like so they're almost there.
Like a choreographed dance, or like, like a rehearsed, like that was a rehearsal. That was a dress rehearsal, you know, right before the final. And by the way, I helped choreograph with my wife and my friend's wife, and you know, I thought that was better if we're comparing. You know what I mean? So, you know, keep it up.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Anyone else want to chime in on that one?
All
right.
We all spoke something, so I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. And next up, let's see, switching over. Next up is Sister Squirrel by Nate Cowie, which, if you're on the Discord at all, or if you've just been a part of the contest for long enough, you know this guy.
I think Nate needs no introduction in these circles.
Yeah, let's just not introduce him. No.
He's been here since, I think, also the first LCC, and he was fighting a digital character.
Yeah. I can't remember if Nate was there for the beginning. I don't know if he entered in the first one, but like, was he on the forums in the very beginning?
I believe it was DMP Jedi was his username back then. He switched to Nate Cow a while later. But yeah, I believe that was LCC 1. Might have him correct me here, but
I definitely recognize that earlier name.
Yeah. So he's entered several times. He won Brother Squirrel back in, was that 27?
Yeah,
or 15?
Up here.
Yeah, Nate's not in the chat either, so.
No, he is. He just said
I was kidding.
2.5 with biped is what I was referencing, not LCC 1. So just behind Ryan there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then Alex versus Nate, third place, and LCC 5 was another one.
He's done several of those, like almost there, top 2.
Oh, that's right. His running joke is he's consistently third place. So, yeah,
second or third place, quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So this is Sister Squirrel, which reference to Brother Squirrel, maybe.
Spin-off, sequel, remake? What do we got?
Okay.
Cinematic
And
reboot.
3, 2, 1.
We're building the Coralverse.
Yes.
Which would be a great name for a verse, to be honest.
Coralverse. Yeah.
Patent it now, Nate.
It sounds better than the Cowverse.
Oh,
Beautiful
so
shot.
Oof. So is that actually happening in LA right now, or?
Either there or Vancouver. It works.
I mean, it's already epic, dude.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's another trend this year, changing aspect ratio.
They do that in Samurai Jack, too.
Yep. Galaxy Quest is a notable example.
Good looking, man.
Pretty clever.
Mm-hmm.
They're just
So this is
flying
kind of
over
like-
their heads.
Yeah, bouncing between the reality and fantasy, like his what was his old entry in the movie theater? It's escaping
That's
me.
cool.
Love that spin, yeah.
That was very cool.
Roto through the trees.
Oof, the
We
Kylo.
got two of those this year.
Yeah.
Well, then the Obi-Wan Anakin series, they did a great freaking move with Vader versus Kenobi.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
I win. That's not fair.
So did she have to use force powers in real life? Is that the twist here?
Right, how did she get it back?
That was a intense.
There's something I've seen with like young kids when they do a force push, they do this like overarching thing. It's like kind of, I don't know what it is about.
That's great handspring.
What are you
I
doing?
love that.
Trying to cut the tree down? Oh, okay.
Nate, I'm pretty sure that's a core differences reference. Thank you.
Cute. This is really cute. Oh,
That's a pretty shot there.
Yeah.
Oh, Ryan
A
should
lot,
know
a
that
lot
one.
of inside baseball internal LCC references. this
Mhm.
year.
Yes. Yeah.
If anyone would know. Oh, that's cool.
That's great.
that's great.
Hey, it's the dorks.
Jimmy!
The weeds.
Oh, and I see it playing out like their fantasy. That's cool.
Nice.
I love that.
Nate,
That was great.
Nate had just messaged me, said there is an end credit scene for this one too. So
Oh,
we'll
okay.
we'll just let that
Gotcha.
one play through.
Stay tuned.
Didn't realize we're getting the Marvel treatment on some of these.
Yes.
Hey, we got our first When is Ryan versus Nate coming out in the chat. All right.
Okay, here we go.
I missed it.
Ah,
Fantastic.
yeah, I missed that before. I should know better than to close on the credits for a Nate entry. Sisters and the Dorks will return. Okay, there's your title right there.
There we go.
Nice.
was very entertaining. I really liked a lot of the transitional effects. I know it's not part of the choreography per se, but it was really fun to see them jump between the real world and their fantasy just in a swipe. It was cool.
I gotta say though, I didn't quite track with the motivation of why we would bump in and out between sort of the theatrical mode and like the real mode. So later on, it was obvious. It's like the cutting through the tree gag. You know, it's like okay, cool. But is the idea that what couldn't really be happening isn't actually happening, and it's in the imagination, or because sometimes it was. You know, you get your saber back with the force, or we actually cutting through stuff. But the actual bumps between when it like the first one where it was just like then the sabers were not there and then they faded back on. I assume that was just to acknowledge the game we're playing here, which is that like okay, this is what's really happening, but we're also doing a thing here. So, but the effects were lovely, definitely, and the choreography. You know, kids are tough. Kids are, you know, it's like it's. I feel like it got better as it went, but at the beginning it was, you know, a little stuff, a little rehearsed and everything.
Yeah.
But it looked good, and certainly the camera work helped that stuff work. You know. Anyway, someone else.
Yeah, I definitely wish when I was a kid I had someone of Nate's caliber doing the effects for me because that's just wild.
Right, wouldn't that be great? Yeah, I mean, as always, Nate's effects are on point. Absolutely fantastic. The sparks, all the spark stuff is so great. And just that, I mean, question for you compositors out there. That opening shot of the saber on the forest floor, that I could not tell if that was a composite or if that was entirely CG.
The saber itself?
I mean, the saber itself even, I mean, because it's all chrome, and I know I saw something in the Discord about that Nate had modeled something for the ear shot, the saber contention shot. So just that opening shot is so seamless. I couldn't tell if that was real or
that would be a question for Nate.
He'll tell us.
Yes,
in about 30
I think he'll be able to tell us in our lag.
Right. As we're talking, yeah.
It was stock footage fire comped into the
Wow.
shot, so the fire was fake. Everything
I would
else
guess
real.
it was real in the front, but definitely the one where it zoomed in, and then we got to the license plate. That one was digital saber the whole time, which looked quite good, I think.
Yep. Place your bets. How many layers to get to that fire in there? Because that was pretty intense.
We got a couple fire entries this year. I think the Helium Turtles. There's the last cookie. That one's got some fire in it too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
There was one that took place around a bonfire, if I recall.
Yeah.
So if I wasn't a choreography snob, I would, I mean, like Ryan said, kids are tough. I thought they did a good job. And every single other thing about the fight elevated the choreography. You know, the cinematography, you know, like you never lingered on them too much. You would change camera angles. And my team, we were always envious of Nate and his effects, and they're brilliant, and they were awesome. And I love the idea of bumping in and out. You know, it's in their imagination, and I think we tried experimenting with that in Novices versus Novi. The idea that we were pretending. So no, I thought it was really cool. I thought for the most part the performances were done pretty well. And obviously, it's just great to see the dorks coming at the end, too. I thought that was cool for the story of the fight.
Yeah, being a continuity nerd, this means to me that Brothers Squirrel and Duel of the Dorks are now in the same universe, also with Sister Squirrel. So where's Act 4? A New Hope here, a new Quarrel.
Yes. And then where does Biped fit in there as well?
Right.
Aha.
Anything could have been a dream sequence.
Yeah.
You know?
all of the people in the film are constructed by him, and they're all bipeds secretly.
Well, remember the plot twist that she used the Force in reality here too. So that's.
Oh, yeah.
That's the question. Yeah. Were we to actually get Ryan versus Nate done, that would have also actually indicated continuity to my film, to my fights.
Oh, really?
Between his. Someday.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got a an old college film some of you know about for Knowledge and Defense that I never quite finished, and I left it open-ended. So I just imagine that this is my character on the run, and so everyone he's fought in the years since is just like another guy's got to take out, and like, yeah, maybe he became a Power Ranger. Why not? It could have happened.
Nate Cowie just said that Biped is the Edward Norton Hulk. Got it.
Soft reboot, I believe was the term at the time. Ooh, this is one I want an answer to, Nate. Boater asked, is Core Differences part of the Coralverse too? Come on now. That means now me and Ryan are in the same continuity. I need an answer ASAP.
Ooh, by extension, yeah.
That means, it's
Yeah.
got to happen.
Yeah.
You have to.
Okay. Any more comments on that one?
The only thing I'll say is something Shane brought up was how the point between real and fake being something that he's done in the past, and maybe one of the reasons I thought was really cool is that was eclipsed too, right? So because it was the same, almost the same thing, flipping back and forth, but
Right.
I thought it was really good for that. Little bit
Imagination versus Spirit World, which was Eclipse's premise. Yep.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I had more to say about the choreography, but I feel like almost every other aspect of this thing kind of overwhelmed it for me, you know. So. All right.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I
move
mean,
on.
I
Oh,
think everything else in it assists in the choreography so much, and even though it may not be super crazy or anything, it is definitely helped a lot by everything else around it, and especially just shot composition and I mean, Nate knows what he's doing. He's done this for a little bit.
Yeah, right.
LCC 2.5, so that was like what, December 2003? Man,
Yeah.
we're the old men, gentlemen.
Okay. So, should we move on to the next one?
Move on.
Okay. Next up, we have Mike Starwalker with Skywalker Shadow of Evil. And Mike Starwalker, he's been entering pretty consistently 1 or 2 entries for the last, I think 4 years, probably.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
He has a
wow.
very impressive social media following. I'll give him that.
Yes.
I've been watching his stuff for a while.
Yeah, he has
Actually,
a lot of
I
like.
found him on YouTube before he entered.
Oh yeah,
So that was pretty cool.
yeah.
I was learning Form 5 for my entry, and he had a tutorial, so not gonna lie, he helped out with me this year too.
Yeah, he got a lot of he has a lot of great like tutorial stuff on how to like replicate the film fights, and also like the forms for different lightsaber styles. He gets really into that, and he has some really fantastic training stuff on his channel. Okay,
Yeah, let's dig in.
Let's do that. And 3, 2, 1, play. Oops, sorry. That was my bad. I didn't hit the button right. All right, there we go.
The Renegade Film Force I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I think he was help getting. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Beautiful.
Yeah, nice looking.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the same location as last year. There was one sequence towards the majority of the fight, I think. That's the same place as one of his duels from last year.
Is that an anamorphic flare we're seeing there, causing the wide?
Yeah, it seems like some kind of practical filtration. That's there may or may not be Saber effects actually added onto these. I think it's all from the. You can tell because there's a flare from the tips too, because it collects a lot of light in the end of those
Right.
those blades.
Then the lights on set there too are also doing it.
Yep.
So maybe add it to the blaster bolts here, Mike.
Good note.
The guy who's blocking, the way he's shuffling his feet, it looks great.
This is really a good answer to what we were talking about in some of the earlier ones, which is like this has the speed is certainly but there's
Yeah,
also
that
a lot more of the
physicality,
intention and the drama and the performance that's selling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
I've seen some entries with Mike where the speed is unreal, how fast they're going, and the attention is still in there. So, very impressive team he's always been working with.
Dooku type.
Also, like Mike, he looks more like Mark Hamill than not, other than the hair color. Like,
right?
Yeah.
For sure.
his face actually looks a lot like Luke.
Yes,
And,
I love what you've done with your hair here, Mike.
Right here, there's that shot that we just saw. It's great hair acting. He really knows how to sell, and you see this in his other videos too. He knows how to really sell his choreo through his body language, but especially for whatever reason, his hair is always flipping around and it looks really good.
So I'm gonna need a Will versus Mike fight here. Just watch the hair, like
Just a hair fight.
Yeah, he's got a whole Luke outfit, so that is.
Yeah, it's
I
very
was a little
Luke.
slow to read that. I guess when I
Is
saw
the
the belt,
butterfly
then I
kick?
got it.
Is the butterfly kick new to his arsenal here? I don't know if I've seen him do that before. Whoa. Yeah, see, that's that kind of speed intensity because his whole upper half is moving for every strike there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all agreed this is supposed to be Mara Jade, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, maybe not.
Mara dead? Just FYI, I'm hearing music from someone's stream. There we go. I think.
I don't think we've ever seen Luke fight with a red and cannon, so that's interesting. The big thing with like studying Luke and Anakin that I've thought about is like the way their emotions affect their style. And he's on his back foot here, I think, because he's kind of losing his control he had the rest of the fight. He's like emotionally involved now, but he's a worse fighter for it.
But also, Luke I would think of as more of a defensive, whereas Anakin would be more of an offensive.
It's a fair point.
Definitely.
Just the rest of this fight, he really hadn't been, on his back heel as much as he is now.
That's true.
He had to work his way up to the mini boss, right?
The way that behind the back was done was perfect.
Yeah, it was really well done.
Yeah.
I feel like
He didn't show it off. It was just one move.
Yeah.
I feel like this guy's really like has the Luke physicality, like in the stances and the wide stance that Luke does. I felt like
Yeah, I always think of that tracking shot in Return of the Jedi when he's, getting the upper hand on Vader and his long strides for being like a relatively short guy. And like, I'm not sure how tall Mike is here, but he's definitely evoking that same silhouette. Ooh.
Oh, whoa.
Force Repulse, Force Unleashed. No, not Repulse, but it is a lightning effect you can do in that game.
Oh, do we got a bit of force projection or force mind projection? Okay. Well, that was...
That was damn good.
Strong.
It was very strong, yes.
It was a strong entry. I got a lot to say. So.
Then let's get into it.
Then go ahead.
And go ahead, Shane.
Well, the moves were just executed really well. And you had, like the tone of the fight. I mean, the guy who was Luke type character. He was just great. The performance was great, and and you guys probably know when you have a fight with multiple people, the more people you have, the more you start seeing the little cracks. You know what I mean? But I thought all the extras performed pretty damn well. So that to me was great. And I mean, just the choreography, man. It was good. It was fast. I guess the one part where I was thinking, well, I would have changed this criticism wise was so the part when like the saber, like you move into kind of either decapitate the head or the upper torso, and then you have the part where you lean back and the saber goes like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I think we saw it a lot in Revenge of the Sith, or that's the first time we really saw it. That was done in the middle of a very fast segment, and that was in the middle of it, and they didn't slow that part down. I would have made that a little slower and stronger and more intentional instead of just like a fast, 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 fast. You know, I would have fast, fast, and then like the dodge, and then fast, fast again. You know what I mean? But other than that, dude, I thought it was great. Hey, kids. So, I mean, I can go on and on. It was just a really good fight, I thought. Good performance, the zoom-ins, parts that were slow, parts that were fast, using force powers in a pretty good way. And, yeah, so good job.
We do have confirmation in the chat from Juliette Merlot that she was supposed to be Mara Jade. This is the actress speaking.
Oh,
Okay.
Nice.
Good call.
It was also pretty good in terms of like some of the some entries we've been talking about in terms of not feeling a big difference in how each person the sort of the flavor of their performance, the their move sets really sort of being particular to them, and this one had more of that. Like each of these, especially you just got the Dooku type, and then we've got Luke, obviously. But everyone felt like they had a little bit more of that sort of unique style and intention in the choreography of their stuff to sort of feel distinct from each other, and that's nice.
Yeah, I completely agree. You really felt that each had its own character, not just in their look or their opposability. They were doing their own thing. Yeah, totally, 100% agree with that. I really liked it. I liked the smoothness of a lot of the choreography too. There wasn't a lot of jilted between, okay, I did this set, now I can do this set. It was very woven very well. I know that Luke character was doing a lot of the light work on that. He was definitely doing a lot of that show, but I thought him specifically did a very good job with that entire through line from when we first opened up to the end there.
Yeah, I mean, basically everything I said before. They, it's not maybe the most cinematically focused thing, but it's always with his entries. It's always choreography first, and you can really see that, and it looks fantastic, even if it's not shot on an Arri Alexa or something.
Yeah.
It still looks really, really great, and their the choreo is just fantastic.
I mean, I will say cinematically, there was a great cinematic feel. Like, I'm not sure what type of camera they use, but just the lighting and the acting when he just walking through the corridor, and the lightsaber was on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
It just looked great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it was a great location. It was a fantastic location.
Yeah. Like I love finding a location. Like I hate being in the field and go, all right, well now what are we gonna do? You know what I mean? When you can choreograph around your location, you can think of all kinds of cool stuff. You know what I mean? When you're when I'm going down like a hallway, I always know it's going to be one person pushing them, and it's going to be fast, and the other person is going to be playing defense. And but those moments in between the choreography where you would have to act or you'd have to have some kind of screen presence, I thought you had it. So good job.
Yeah, this was definitely his most cinematic of his entries before. This had really good camera movements too.
Yeah, and that's something we'd actually discussed with them. I believe in the Discord, we had talked about, like, we really like your entries, but, a lot of them look like they're shot on a cell phone. Well, seems they took it to heart and upped their production game here. So,
yeah, absolutely.
All right. Any more comments on that one?
I think we're good to move on.
Okay. Next up, we have our first second entry. This is the, and I messaged him and he says Tumen Saber Fighting Academy. It's a location. I still hope I'm saying that because it's still spelling. But this is his second entry that made it to the top 10. So good on him for that. This is Star Wars Hunter's Fall. So yeah, let's get into it. So that is 3, 2, 1, play.
Can't go wrong with the Force theme.
Mm-hmm. I feel like everyone's starting to use Samuel Kim's music.
Yeah,
everywhere now.
Notice that.
Yeah.
Might have been eyeing a particular track for the highlight reel, but we'll see.
Nice little saber there.
We got woods.
That's how you know it's going to be a lightsaber fight.
Can't have a SaberComp without woods locations.
Right.
I think that was my first SaberComp was called Not a Forest because we did not use one.
Yeah.
A rarity at the time.
At the time, it was
I think
groundbreaking.
I think I've done
trend-setting.
3 or 4 of my entries have been in forests. So.
I like that the sabers match the environment here.
Not another dual blader.
Costumes are great on this one.
Yeah, nice mask.
Yeah, compared to the civilian fight of the last one, this is a nice change.
Especially his, as the fight goes on, you see a bit more of what he's got going on under the cloak there.
Yep.
Cloak looks great. Just cloth swirling around when you're doing those spins and moves.
For sure.
It helps sell the movement for sure.
Oh yeah.
Reminds me of Qui-Gon's poncho a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I will say, like, people have found better fabrics this year in these costumes. Sometimes you see it looks like they're made out of t-shirts or something, but everyone looks... Their resources have upped, I think.
Yeah, costumes this year have been fantastic.
I've been telling the council we should be adding that as a category, but,
A lot of people do a...
Choreo, man. Come on.
Costumes can sometimes make and break the choreography too, though.
No capes, Justin.
That was a nice long shot. That could be a little faster and more sweeping. This is a good shot now.
Oh, he made her jump in heels. What a jerk. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Just gonna make a choreography.
There's behind the scenes they were talking about doing Yoda with his cloak, and they actually digitally pinned his hood down, so things like that wouldn't happen. So safety pins, ladies and gentlemen, it'll help you out.
They said you said digitally pinned his cloak down.
Well, yeah, they changed it so it would kind of stick to his back instead of because of the physics of it, the way they were doing the Toths, it would have just been flopping everywhere. Yeah. Ooh, that was slick.
I appreciate a lock that has a little threat beyond just we're just taking a break to push our sabers into each other. But like you feel like, oh, it's gonna get her in the shoulder.
Yeah, like he's the stronger one. Here,
actually takes a moment before you get a little tension out of it,
Not impressed.
I feel like they are trying to show off to each other a little bit in some of these resets.
I like the location, especially this part.
Yeah, this old wall, wherever they found this. That was something I was having to find for my own fight, was just like an architecture versus nature location. I think those always play really well.
That was cool.
Mm-hmm. Oh, just to be sure. Oh, man.
Yeah.
The double tap.
I'm just waiting for her to do a third time. Oh.
Well, my army vet father does say always kill the bad guy, so I want them coming back for you.
Oh, she was a bounty?
I thought he was a Jedi. What the heck?
Nice puck.
Yeah.
You know, was that the same one Qui-Gon was using to show the ship in Phantom Menace? It looked really similar.
Yeah, it's the Jedi holographic
Yeah.
emitter.
Very nice.
Nice.
Obi-Wan had in Kenobi that got smushed up.
Okay.
I like the logo. It's cool.
It's like the Mandalorian.
There you go.
Just be like, not Blade Runner, but like 80s synth vibes that kind of lined out.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'll just let this one. All right, I'm gonna transition back to you guys. And so that was Hunter's Fall.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you guys think?
I liked it. I feel like there was I feel like there's a fair bit of it where I feel like I see them working with each other. I feel a little waiting, a little, just sort of not quite all 100% there. But the choreography itself, I felt was actually pretty strong, and it did have a couple of these moments that were sort of like, oh, that was cool, or I like that. It's sort of those little moments that caught my attention.
And also, so Russian Jedi, the guy, this was his second entry. He just messaged me, and this is something that's, if you watch on YouTube, there's subtitles built into YouTube that didn't get processed through the download. But in the beginning, there's some dialogue that says the temple guards are loyal to the order until the end, but the order is gone, and there is nowhere left to run. Just to add a bit of context for the fight.
No, I think the costumes look great, and I really like the location. I think Ryan kind of said it perfectly. It looked like you're working with each other a little bit, where it's like, I'm going to go for your leg. Okay. You know what I mean? Just one of those things. No, but there was a couple moves with the double. I was like, oh, well, if you speed that up a little bit, that's a really good move, and I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
So that's all there. You know what I mean? Like the language is there, but just performing it a little better, a little quicker. Sometimes they're too fast. This one I thought was, in particular, I thought that long shot from really far away, that's probably like 4 or 5 seconds. Like I think it was noticeable there. But I think you have everything you need to make a really good fight. I mean, this is obviously, I thought it was a pretty good one. But just maybe speed it up a little faster, more intense. And, I know, right? I didn't even mean to say it.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, obviously, he's being very cognizant of, like, you're not doing a choreography. You're trying to kill each other. Right? And then, I guess what was interesting, the person who was hunting was on defense the whole time, and they had a double. So it's always weird for me to see that. So I think it internally kind of messed with me, seeing like a double on defense. I know Darth Maul was on defense, but you could. It was just done in a way where it's like, okay, he's on defense against 2 people. and he's better than each one individually. So it was shot in a different way. So the person who is on offense, if they have a single blade, they have a great responsibility to the audience to like show like you are aggressing, you're backing this person up, and that person who's getting backed up has even greater responsibility to make it look like they're under threat, and they're barely surviving, they're barely dodging that, they barely blocked that. So
that one is pretty great, start to finish. I think some of the hand-to-hand combat doesn't sell totally well, but it's more nitpicking. I think most of the 99% of the choreography is pretty solid throughout. Like you guys said, some little bit faster or a little bit more aggressiveness, some more more intention behind it, but some more intensity. But yeah, that's just a solid entry. I don't have too much to say about it. I think it's pretty great. Something I did write down on my notes when I watched it the first time a couple weeks ago. It's one of the few entries in recent memory where the double-bladed lightsaber survives. It doesn't get cut in half. It's got to be since like the first time since like Ferocity, I think.
I should have said that. I don't know why.
Yeah, I was going to mention that because normally there's the point either it's single, then it's double, then it's back to single, or
it's always got to get cut in half, and then they go two or one of them.
Way through.
Yeah,
all the way through.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay. I was like, there's no gag. It was just a double bladed from start to finish. No playing with it. I thought that was really different.
Yeah, like so you guys did what we set out to do in Ferocities. We want to do a double bladed. We don't want to get cut in half. We want the double bladed guy to win against two people, nonetheless. So you in effect did that. I should have mentioned that. Good job by not being cliche and cutting in half. And I'm not saying, yeah, and I'm not saying you can't be cut in half and used in a good way, but like if you're going to cut in half, then you better do game's awesome. You know what I mean? Yeah. So.
It's always tricky because you take a double saber and you cut it in half, and generally what happens is one end stops working. So now you're just back to a single saber. And then it's like, well, what's different about that? Like
it better look great if you're going to do that, Yeah. So
right, you have to change it somehow, and you see that with Ryan v. Brandon, right? You go back to one, and then it becomes the end of the duel there, and you have the spinning camera rig and everything, and the vibe of the fight changes, which works instead of it kind of getting bogged down because it's just back to one.
Right. I remember even Darth Maul, he was, as soon as his got cut, like he goes to a single, you're like, well, how'd he get faster? Like he's crazy with it. So like, as long as, it should change something about how your fighter's moving.
Mm-hmm. But I did appreciate, when Maul gets it cut, he's clearly sort of stunned for a minute. He gets kicked, knocked down, barely can get back up, and then he's just flinging the thing behind him for a minute. Just get away from me. I gotta buy myself some time for a second, and then they go back into it, and then the fight's not much longer. But
right.
Yeah.
But that's a good example of like, okay, he was all right. How is he gonna react to this difference? And it doesn't feel like he just like, let's cut. All right, I guess I'm down to one now. Great, let's keep going.
Yeah. Right. He has to run.
There's a consequence to it.
Thoughts. Yeah, he has to run and gather his thoughts, and he's no longer clearly dominating. So,
right.
Yeah, I think story-wise, I think of like a lightsaber, a kyber crystal, whatever is like part of a Jedi and Sith's like soul. It's part of their personality. So when you lose it, like that affects you. That's something that's with you all the time. So yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge that when something happens. But didn't hear. So
what?
It was great. It was great.
What would you guys say? Because we can he entered 2 entries, so we can say this. His other one versus this one, what are some things that were done well in one or not as much in the other?
Well, I think the big thing is he's in the first one, and you can really tell that he's the guy behind this, and he's spot on with a lot of it, and they do a fantastic job. But I think Russian Jedi, he's really good. He's fast.
I think it's a lot of similar cinematography, but very different locations. So it's like you can kind of feel that vibe that they're similar creators.
They did this. They did the one right before this.
No, they did the one in the parking garage. The one that was
Nemesis.
like a Ryan versus
Nemesis.
Brandon
The one that was
referencing.
Oh,
Nemesis.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my notes here. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, the cinematography is the kind of the connective tissue. I thought. Yeah.
Yep. And they both entries, I think you guys reviewed them as like, it was technically correct and it was there, but you want just a little more intensity out of their performers here. So that's something for the group to continue to work on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Anything else?
Yeah.
All right. Should we move on?
Okay. Moving on.
Okay. Next up, we got my entry. By me. Star Wars Premonition.
Should we mute him? What do we do here, guys?
Right, boot him. Get him out of here.
Will we be extra harsh? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's about to be a roast of Max. I'm in.
Okay.
Let's do it.
And let's see. Ready, set, play.
Well, how about you tell us what you've done before in the contest, Max? Since we have you here.
Yeah, I guess. So yeah, I said it at the beginning a little bit, but I've entered like, I think this might be my 7th entry. I've won twice, placed a few times. One with Loyalty and Recollection back in the day.
Oh, you bastard. You had a drone?
Yeah. Had a friend with a drone.
Nice. Oh, Lizzie. Yay.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Lizzie's, not going to lie. I've been watching since, was it Loyalty, her first one?
Mm. Yeah, me too.
Yes. She had a smaller one before.
Did she?
But it was
Okay.
it was just a really small one that she just cameoed in. And yes, that's my daughter.
Aw. Yeah, mine's not quite old enough yet, but I have goals with her. So
Yoda years of backpack man.
she already knows who Oda is.
I will watch her career with great interest, Max. What a great location.
Mhm.
Yeah,
for
great
sure.
locale.
Yeah, you said this place was like sprawling, Max, right? Like lots of buildings like this, or
Yeah, I've seen that before.
That looks like it was painted the night before.
Speaking of hair, did you get a haircut since this? Like, what's going on here?
Yes.
How long did it take you to grow that out?
Oh, over a year.
The chat is agreeing to get Rogue One vibes when they watch this one. Opens with the force pull on the saber.
Yeah, man.
Is that a light halberd?
Oh, you can't cut the thing. Okay, great. I love the reaction from her on it. We're acknowledging that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not going to work.
We're setting the rules, yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be an interesting dynamic because that thing's long. You can do a lot with that.
Right. It's like 75% defensive there.
Don't look over there.
Oh, nice swirl with the robes there.
Yeah.
There's
it
that
is.
effect.
If you didn't know, you'd think that was one of the 3 things you have to include, you know?
Right, yeah.
In the
I haven't even seen the YouTube tutorial on it yet. That's cool.
That's
I
great.
definitely haven't seen that before with a tough prop like this.
Oh, and then she's going at it.
Hacking at it.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I was very impressed with this idea when I watched it. It's tough, but it's not invincible.
yeah. But initially, it looks like it's invincible
Mm-hmm.
and hopeless.
Because usually people are like, Cortosis or Beskar, can't cut this, and that's the end of it. But
Well, that's one that, and I've been out of the loop, but I think just the choreography revolving around someone trying to take out the actual weapon and destroy it. Damn, I need to get back into choreographing. Damn it. Gotta know Max twice. Right?
that's how it happens, Shane. All it takes is a little hype.
Shane, I'm hearing it on your mic as well. Just a bit.
Sorry. Just want to hear the drama. A daughter.
Back off from my mom, man.
I believe someone in the Discord was talking about this being a Force Unleashed reference. We're wondering if that's true.
I was gonna say it's almost Baby Yoda moment, but then it's like the opening from Force Unleashed.
Mm-hmm.
I thought she was going to whale him in the head with that. In the face.
He's a really tall guy. So.
That's just what I expected when she grabbed him.
How tall are you, Max?
What was that?
How tall are you?
Like 6'2" ish.
My Filipino ass is 5'11", so.
I'll just say that I'm the same height as Tom Cruise and leave it at that.
6 feet, nice.
I gotta send you a video, Chris. You gotta remind me. It's from the TV show Chuck. If you ever watched it.
Yeah, we'll definitely get caught up soon.
What a great video.
Definitely.
In fact, I'm a little angry.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah. I mean, location fantastic. The costumes are really cool.
That robe.
Yeah,
great.
the robe. I love the green and the tan or the gray. It looks really good. The music. I think is that original music, right?
Yes.
Great. And then something that I don't think we gets talked about too much. Sound design. It sounds fantastic. A lot of the Saber sounds are great, especially stuff with the slow motion and all that. Sounds really good. The vision at the beginning is really good as well. Pretty stellar sound work. And correct me if I'm wrong, but are those the Star Wars Battlefront sounds for the sabers? Because they sound a lot like the ones from that game. Because, I mean, obviously it's all lightsaber sounds, but the ones in the modern Battlefront and Battlefront 2, they're a little bit different than what's in the movies because they have a lot more impact behind them. There's a lot more punch, and that sounded familiar to me. And I think there's a couple other entries that I've heard that has that as well.
Yeah, I was hearing some as well.
But yeah.
Yeah. I don't feel compelled to mask my reaction very strongly here, but my hat's off, man. I mean, that was kind of the tour de force of everything I'm looking for in these kinds of things. Okay, I'm going to try to go by category. Production design, costume, the way it was shot, the location, all that stuff, phenomenal. Looked great. And I also enjoyed, like, listen, there's a lot of fights where they go as long as we went here before a lightsaber lights up. And it's boring. And this was not. And this was good. I mean, just good storytelling set up with the daughter and everything was totally strong. But even just shots of him walking across the place succeeded in reinforcing this imposing figure and the threat. And I love the shot in the puddle with the reflection and all that kind of stuff. It was great. Choreography, opening it up with the force push, just smacking down the saber and stuff. That's those are the ideas that I really like, But you also felt, the dynamic we're always talking about, and you felt the overpower, and also there was something great going on just narratively with the premonition thing. Number one, the editing of that was really cool. Number two, that really did get you in her mindset. You are behind a character, and that you don't. I think it does help to have one you're rooting for. I mean, that very quickly establishes a really strong, kind of what you want to have happen, carrying all the way through to the end, where after she sort of got back, not the upper hand, but she got the saber back, got out of his grip. We've reestablished with the daughter over there and the stakes and everything, and then you feel that distinct change in her attack coming at him, and then it was a much more sort of an even battle there. But what I was trying to get to is in the part where they're about to go in for their last hit, I was like, oh, I hope she wins. Like, we had that moment where I was like, oh, it could go the other way right now, and I would be really sad about that, because I actually managed to be invested from this short little bit of stuff here. And then it turned it on its head, and then turned it again. And I love that. Was this the only one where we have a kill shot that wasn't from a lightsaber so far? And actually taking somebody out with the cut end
you don't see that
thing was like, okay, nice.
Too often. Yeah, a non-saber kill.
I mean, Hanwick had about every one you could do.
Well, I mean, yeah, but in the final climactic, the one-on-one. Anyway, I just thought, performances were great. I don't know. Sorry to just sit here and keep blowing smoke out your ass there, Max, but there you have it.
No, but I'm in complete agreement with that with Ryan, because from the acting of you're immediately all in on this mother, this person who's desperate to get away from this. You're immediately invested, and you want her to defeat her premonition. You want her to win, and when she's losing, you're like, no. And so all the choreography, everything that's around that is super top notch. You're with the characters, you're feeling for them, which is something that we've mentioned previously, that you're just not feeling who's the bad guy, who's the good guy, who you're feeling for, and you immediately set that up in the first minute. And I thought that was super well done. I really liked the choreography. I really liked, like I mentioned a couple of times now, the swirling robes. That was like perfection. I also really, really like seeing a different, I don't know what you call it, but the light halberd or whatever, the spear aspect was different. It evoked a different kind of choreography than we've seen. It wasn't you didn't handle it like a double-bladed lightsaber. You didn't handle it like what we had, and then how it turned on its head, and it just invited more choreography types. Because what oftentimes a double-bladed lightsaber is you got to dodge both ends of it. And this one you can get hit with it on the one end, and you're not getting stabbed or hit with the blade. You're getting just knocked, and I really like that part. So everything Ryan said.
And then also, I love that weapon too, the usage of it, because also the ability to block with that much of it also is like a totally kind of unique thing. And then the way it was used, and then she kind of picked up on that. I think I can get through this, and then starts wailing out. Yeah, I loved it. Yep. I loved it.
And I look at her face too, and she's just like, "I can do this." Yeah, I loved it.
And there were only a few beats where I was feeling like, oh, the speed could be a little. Could just use a little more juice, but like for the most part, the performances and the actual choreography was really successful in my opinion.
Unfortunately, I agree.
For the actual.
So, Max, is this like like I said, I've been out of the loop. Is this like the third time you use this weapon?
Yes. Yes.
It's
I
so
used
funny.
it briefly in one other entry, but it was like 2 moves.
Okay, so it's just funny because I remember the first time thinking it's all right, but this fool needs to go back to the basics. And then you just wouldn't let it go. You wouldn't let it die, and it was just amazing. And it was really good the last time I actually saw it too. Performances were incredible. The outfits were great. Establishing that you're this big, tall, imposing. Oh my gosh, my cats are driving me crazy. So establishing that you're this big, tall, dark, mysterious figure, and getting behind the mother, like Ryan said, like I wasn't bored getting to the fight because I was invested, and just the choreography to me is king, and I thought it was damn good. And like Ryan said, there's only like one part where I said, well, that could have been a little faster, but like, dude, it's not really. It's just a small gripe, and I like how you establish like you're big, tall, and strong, so your moves are going to reflect that. She is not as big and tall and strong, and she and like the fight dynamic was, like the story of the fight revolved around that dynamic. And I always just, I watch a lot of Japanese anime, and sometimes when you have this tiny, skinny, fragile person or young lady with this huge sword, I'm like, I just have to suspend my belief. But when I watch fight choreography, it annoys me, and I think you understand that. So it just. You fought the way I thought your character would fight. Okay. Say hi. You fought the way I thought your character would and should fight. And
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, I was super invested in the Premonition. Like you always tell stories in your fights. And I've always just been more about choreography with performance and just like grit. But you have that and a great compelling story that didn't require a lot of exposition or any exposition, didn't require any longer than you needed to convey it. And I loved it. So great job. It pains me to say it, but that was just damn good, man.
And I also just as for those watching and other entrants and everything, there's certainly a part that I think folks would watch something that has this level of production value. That looks the way this doesn't go, well, if I could, if my stuff looked that good, then I'm sure they would like it more. But like you really have like set all that aside and really just look at the actual fight itself, the choreography and everything, and try to put that aside. And there's a lot to learn here, from this one. It's really strong.
Yeah, I think this team has always been good at excelling in all categories. Like it's production value across the board. It's the fight, it's the cinematography, it's the editing. Like, and it all really comes together. And that's why these have so many notches on their belt. They're doing really well here.
Okay, shoot. If everyone's little
awkward. More, Max? Do you need
yeah, we've never really had someone on the admin or on the stream that had also entered. No, Ryan, you've actually had this.
I've never judged when I've had an entry in though.
Sure. you did camera work for Nemesis, correct?
Oh yes. That's true. And I guess I was on that one. Somehow we did something like I abstained from voting.
Yeah, you didn't vote.
Something like that.
Which me and Chris aren't voting.
Just in case there's any concerns in the chat right now, like Max isn't voting and is trying not to impress his, opinion on the judges here. I think everyone here can sort that out for themselves, so we should be fine. It's all pro bono, people. Don't forget.
Will, some people in chat are saying, can winner touch your hair? That is a second prize for the winner categories.
Maybe. I did see there's a lot of people meeting up in Texas. So if I can, somebody wants to buy me a flight out, then, we can talk.
There might be a whole market in that for you, Will.
I don't know if that hair is going to make it through security, Will.
Okay. Coming in for the last entry of the day of this year.
All right.
Fittingly titled.
What was that?
Fittingly titled.
Oh, yes. And this entry is called Let me switch over. The Last Cookie. This is by Helium Turtle, who their company. They've also entered as Yadfu. Michael is or has been on the admin team before. He wasn't that much this year. I think they got a lot of production stuff going on, but
Sure.
This was a project they said they did earlier this year. And they've Yadfu and their team has entered. Oh, I don't know how many times at this point. I think this might be their fifth.
I think since 2016, maybe.
Yeah, and they've
every
been
year.
doing stellar entries ever since the beginning, and they've won the last two. Is it? I think they won the last two contests.
Michael was a judge last year.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
But 2020 and then I think 19 as well.
See if I
Right.
put some notes
19
on
and
here.
2020, they won. So, yeah.
See, they've been entering as far back as 2016, 2017, 18, 19, and 20. So we're on a streak
Yeah.
here.
And I've been following their YouTube channel because I was curious if they're doing one this year. And as it turns out, the one that they're working on a big Saber film project that isn't being that wasn't entered for the competition. They did this one specifically for the competition, but they've got a much bigger project coming out, I think, at the end of the year. That's their own.
We should
thing.
ask Michael. I think you're in chat. When's it coming out? The Kickstarter looked really awesome.
And where do we look for it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Your YouTube,
I think you
presumably.
can buy their hats too,
Yeah.
or merch.
Posted in the channel. But anyway, let's watch this one. So this is The Last Cookie, and 3, 2, 1. Ooh, I like the snow in the bumper.
The star snow, yeah, that's cool.
That's good.
I like how everyone kind of messed with the bumper in their own way this year.
Yeah, lots of
I love
original
that.
music and stuff like that.
So when did you say they filmed this? Because
July.
I believe they said it was January of this year. And then
okay,
they
so maybe
they
they
never released it or something.
never took the decorations down and went for it.
Oh yes.
I'm going to call Nate Cowie reference with the cardboard saber.
Yeah,
And again with the old behind the back reveal.
Yeah, that's another one dipping into reality and fantasy here. That's fun.
I mean, I will say that cookie does look very delicious. Love the musical score.
Yeah. Carol of the Bells, always my favorite Christmas song.
Cool.
Really went for it with the lighting here.
You can tell Yeti got a NeoPixel for Christmas. Is that Willem Dafoe?
sounded like it.
Nate says he's suing regarding the cardboard tube.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
That's practical, right?
Yeah, man. Let's go.
Jeez.
what's this?
Oh.
Yeah.
How do you get into the cabinets, though? All the ones.
You don't get to the cabinets this time of year. This is great.
Is it Santa?
Maybe Yoda. Haha!
Oh, that's right, the cookie. I forgot the steaks. They animated a cookie.
No.
5-second rule.
Yeah. Oh, not the ear. I like how the lighting changes. Dude, what kind of batteries are you using?
That was wonderful, especially for this time of year and everything. It's perfect.
Cute.
Is that our first SaberComp Christmas movie? I can't think of one outright.
Maybe.
Could be.
I mean, this is our first one this close to Christmas. This judging this close to Christmas.
True.
So what'd you guys think?
I thought it was cute. I really liked it. The choreography wasn't taken too seriously. There's some fun moves in there. There wasn't, nothing too new, but I did like a lot of the. I don't know. It didn't look as. Oftentimes we're talking about these and they got the plot that's very much bad guy versus good guy, and this is obviously a lot more fun, a lot more aloof, a little bit, and I like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's definitely more focused on story, and I think it's fantastic. I think it's really fun. Also, I see somebody just commented, or in the chat, the last cookie and cream ?
Okay. Yep.
Need Jeffem and Yadvish to do one together.
Mm-hmm. And together they will make an Oreo.
Right.
The cookie and the cream.
But yeah, I like that one. It was great.
Go ahead, Shane.
This was a really solid entry. I haven't seen any of their previous work, so I need to go back and do that.
Oh, you would definitely love their previous work.
Story.
Nobody tell him.
The choreography it wasn't super serious, but it was performed really well and it was acted really well in terms of the appropriate nature of the fight. These people fighting over this cookie, and there was he had that zany, funny, kind of obsessive look. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like I'm trying to kill you, and so there was that kind of changes the way I look at the fight, obviously, and just the cinematography and it wasn't funny, haha. It was just funny, if that makes sense, Mm-hmm. There wasn't any particular moves, if I'm looking from a choreography standpoint, where I was like, oh wow, I need to do that, or I need to figure out how they do. I need to slow down and then redo it. So there was that, but I don't think it was trying to be that. It was just, I think, good choreography, performed exceptionally well, shot really well, funny story, and it didn't overstay its welcome. I thought it was a very solid entry.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the term would be for comedic intensity. I mean, maybe that's it right there. But it's where these people are fighting and they're all in it when they're in the fantasy world, but it's a comedy, right? So it's you don't expect any actual harm to come to anyone,
except for the Christmas tree.
And that stuffy, that stuffy.
And the cookie,
the poor cookie.
I'd have eaten it. I don't know. 5-second rule applies in my house.
In Ohio, we have an 8-second rule, man.
Yeah, it was nice. It didn't take itself too seriously, which is just fine. Shane made a good point, which is it didn't overstay its welcome, which is often the danger with these sort of it's sort of a cute premise and we're having fun with it, and they can go on a little too long. This one didn't. Everything about it, otherwise, technically was quite well executed. It's pretty ambitious effects for what they're doing here. I enjoyed the lighting. The sabers look nice and everything, and they moving through the house and basing choreography off of the environment, the location. I think there was also good stuff going on there. So.
Yeah, the bit when he's murdering the stuffed baby Yoda. That's great.
I have a feeling he doesn't enjoy the character of Grogu, and that's something we're going to have to talk about.
I think
maybe some Freudian things to talk about there.
Yeah. And it happened with Hanwick as well. Full on baby Yoda murder.
That's true.
The couch bit where it was on fire, that was that was a great set piece. In terms of like how you got there, and like how you did the moves, and like the result of that, which is like obviously the baby Yoda and the couch kind of sizzling in the background. It just was a great set piece. It just kind of reminded me, obviously in different parts of the fights of like especially the original trilogy. It's like, oh, now we've Luke got kicked off the edge and now he's down here, and over here it's going to be different than it was up there. So and then it's like a distinct thing. It's like, oh, we have this part, and we have the couch thing, and then we have that. So I know when I do fight choreography, like we kind of label. We have a course of vernacular with each other, but we just label them sometimes by the set pieces. Like there's a before the couch and the after the couch. So I admired that quite a bit.
Okay. All right. Anything else, guys? I think we've gotten through the playlist, ladies and gentlemen. That's
this year's
top
10.
Yeah. Wow.
All right, so we're gonna switch the stream to intermission. Let's go to the bathroom, and do all that kind of stuff. And the judges will deliberate. We'll be back in a little bit. We'll keep you updated in the chats about how long it will be. But yeah, we will return shortly.
Yep. Stay tuned, everyone.
we're back on. We're going to wait just a little bit before we start yelling about entries, just so that people can get back and get back from the bathroom and all that.
We were just talking about, did you say 41 entries this year?
42.
42, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
that's definitely
quite-
our biggest year ever.
Yeah, that's crazy. The debate was whether or not this is because of the no rules or if it's because it's the 20th anniversary or a combination. So we'd love to hear your feedback, guys. Like what got you to enter this year? What made you excited? Because we definitely want to keep the competition going. And the more you can tell us about what makes that work for you, then we'd be happy to provide.
And this year was like we had the contest open for almost like a third up to twice as long. So because we started it right after, so that was also a factor.
End of last year's judging, we had the announcement and go. Like it was, we started right away. So it won't be the case this year. We'll be probably in the new year we'll announce what the timeline is going to be, but we'll
bring it back in a little bit of rules, a little bit of guidelines, probably not as strict as some other years. Other years, but we'll bring in something. Jedi Pastor said he made one because it was the 20th anniversary.
Yeah, it is a milestone. Would have liked to have
It was great seeing you back,
put
Scott.
something in for that.
Okay. Looks like we have a couple people back. Yep.
Max Harris says, I could have made an entry during this intermission. You know what? These things take time, okay?
Yes.
And to be fair, there were a couple categories where we had to kind of shake it out a little bit.
And also, we don't normally have this many judges as well, so usually it's around 3.
So Shane, you're gonna have to just, we're gonna. You were the last one in, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I get it.
Yeah. The Russian Jedi, Tumen Saber Fighting Academy, he said that No Rules was amazing. They can't shoot before May anyway because of the cold, which that makes sense.
Yeah, right.
Have you considered a Hoth scene?
Okay.
All right.
Wow. I think
we're
people are back. People are watching.
Everyone's woken up.
How many people do we have watching right now? 64? A little bit down.
4. You guys excited about Ahsoka?
Not now, Shane.
We'll wait till we see a trailer.
Some interesting rumors.
Yeah.
Always interesting rumors.
I just love that character.
Not sure if it'll reach the heights of Andor though, for me. But
in terms of the writing, it just it's mature.
Yeah.
But my kids, my family, like we didn't get into it. Like I loved it.
Right.
But like not in the hearts and minds of the young kids. You know what I mean?
Slightly different audience, but yes.
Sure.
They've watched the Book of Boba Fett over and over again, and I'm like, I like it, but it's the worst one.
Worst one's Kenobi, but that's another.
I thought the worst was Kenobi.
I strongly disagree with that one.
We're fighting, Max. I'll see you next year.
Yeah.
I thought Kenobi could be better, but this last 2 episodes, come on.
I'll just say Kenobi stuck the landing and leave it at that.
Kenobi actually, had Kenobi in every episode.
I will say that. Okay, I guess I'll say I really liked Mandalorian season 2.5 better than Kenobi.
That's fair. Yeah.
No, I mean the Tusken storyline, that flashback, I thought that was really good. It's just, he had his helmet off too much. He was too happy. I like Cat Bane. It was all right. It was good. My kids love it.
I was raised on Tales of the Jedi, so my headcanon was fighting that entire series.
Oh, I do love Tales of the Jedi.
I'm sorry, not Tales of the Jedi. Tales of the Bounty Hunters. Excuse me.
Boder is saying that he has to go cook dinner, so maybe we should get to.
All right, Boder, let's just do what you want to do. All right.
Okay, we are starting off our winners with choreography, and we'll have Shane, if you could take it away there.
Okay, choreography, guys. We definitely argued about this. Everyone did a great job. A lot of good entries, and even the ones I was critical of, I really liked them quite a bit. The winner for choreography is Skywalker Shadows of Evil.
Woo!
Congratulations.
Good job. Keep it up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Would anyone like to discuss, why that was their choice?
I mean,
Well, hopefully what we discussed during and after the entry would be illuminating. But I mean, if anyone has any additional thoughts to add,
It was the hair acting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bingo.
100%. Put us right over the edge.
I feel like Zac Efron right there, kind of, if you squint.
I can see that. Yeah.
Oh, and also I will say for the categories, we're only doing the winners. We're not doing the top 3 like we have in previous years. Just FYI.
Except for the popular vote and the overall.
Yes.
Yep.
Which, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on.
Up next, we have Will. Will you take production design?
Okay, so production design is kind of an underrated element of a lot of short films, and specifically these duels, but can be kind of essential when you're trying to tell more of a story that isn't just about the lightsaber fighting. So the winner of production design this year is The Last Cookie.
Ooh,
very nice.
Ba-ba!
It felt so Christmassy.
Yes. Right time of year.
Yep.
And it was just as Justin was saying before when we were deliberating, it was the most fun. It was a really fun entry. And it's we all liked it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Okay.
All right,
And
so we are
coming up next. We have Justin with cinematography.
Yeah, there was a lot of great cinematography going on in many of the entries this year. There was a number of things we liked about several of them, but the one that stood out for all of us judges was Premonition.
Hey.
And just to underscore, this is my first time working with these fine gentlemen. So I was going into this with I don't even know Chris. So if there's any sort of thinking that Max did a lot of work on that, but it was very,
I remember
very,
in
very
the Discord when Max leaked the first still, I was just like, I hadn't filmed yet. And so I was just like, well, shoot. Like, we better really have our A game this year. So, yeah, definitely can see how that just took it out right.
Okay.
Yep. Looks fabulous.
All right. And up next, we have Chris with editing, because the editor.
Yes, as I am known. So, yes, editing. It's the invisible art, as many of you know. Like you can have good editing, never know it. You can have bad editing, and everyone knows it. So it's it's that very precarious to be good at your craft. You're balancing countless takes, lots of footage, lots of audio, and just finding that right mix. Video, audio, 50-50, and then just making the presentation work for everybody. So, without further ado, editing goes to Premonition. Max Jordan, which, yes, a lot of people were talking about, just how the fight was flowing, like there was intent and everything was just visible, like you're spending the right time on the right face or on the right movement. And yeah, all that's, having the shots, of course, having the cinematography there, but just the way you craft them as a puzzle. And like, we think that's the best one for this year.
Great job.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And next up, we have visual effects, which I'll do, even though we have more experienced VFX artists here, and Ryan. But
ooh,
you can picture my Emmys here in the background.
How many do you have at this point? 2. Nice. All right,
he doesn't have to comp them in, guys.
That's his job.
For visual effects, the winner this year is, drum roll, Sister Squirrel by Nate
Sister
Cowie.
Squirrel.
This when I saw this one, I knew immediately this was gonna take VFX. It's so glowy, it's so beautiful, and not just the sabers, but all the sparks and all the fire elements. And I'm assuming there was removal stuff in there with the floating lightsabers, and just that combined, it looked with the grade and everything like combined and just felt like it all fit together, and was really fantastic.
Very slick.
Yes.
And I think, not gonna lie, Nate, I think your cores are just a little bit fuzzier this year, so I'm proud of you.
Yeah. Okay. Next up, we have popular vote and winner of the which one was it, Will? The popular vote? You had the lightsaber with you, didn't you?
Yes. It's called the Gridlock.
Yes. Winner of this
get in the camera.
fine glowy saber. Well, okay, first this one we will have a top 3.
Yep, we're gonna count backwards, and the winner wins the saber. So.
Yes. All right. In the third spot for popular vote, we had the Artifact.
Congratulations. The Artifact did not make our top 10, but that's, that just goes to show, like, there's always someone out there that's, gonna have a different opinion, and like the people have spoken. The Artifact, congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
I will have to check it out. And yours.
Check it out as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like one of those things. There's critics and then there's audience.
Mm-hmm.
That's why everyone should watch Willow.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can never take a single opinion to heart in this industry. You always just want to be growing, and like, you're gonna have people who don't like it, you're gonna have people who do, but you just take what works for you and you keep moving forward with that. So congratulations.
Yeah. So
that was number 3.
Second spot.
Yep.
Let's see. Where's my list? There we go. Second spot.
I got this one.
Oh,
Next.
yeah.
Second spot is.
Oh yeah.
Second spot is Premonition.
Yeah.
For popular vote, which a fan favorite. It was instantly getting a lot of good comments, a lot of good feedback. So yeah, we can see how that one made the list here also.
And top spot, winner of the popular vote and winner of a fantastic new lightsaber,
and also not on our top 10 list.
And also not on our top 10. Was Trials of a Jedi. This one was a full-on short film, just really solid, and like they told a full story.
Yeah, that was one of the longer ones.
Yeah,
right?
it was. I think up 17 minutes. Was it?
Wow.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Yeah, and I stuck it out for that one. It's very watchable.
Yes, it's very well done, you guys. You deserve that win. Okay. And Chris, did you want to talk about like the view count vote?
Yeah, I think we'll do that after the overall.
Okay,
We're
cool.
just going to talk about how YouTube views went.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yes.
Ryan, why don't you take away the overall vote, since you've been here since the beginning for 20 years?
As the elder. Yes, it shall be my privilege to walk us up the overall winners of this year's SaberComp. And we have number 3, Skywalker Shadows of Evil. I'm happy to see this one on there. I like these one. It reminds me of previous years with this just real strong choreography. And, not to say anything about this entry in particular, but I'm just saying that like I like the ones where that's the clear focus. In spite of any other difficulties or hardships or what they can and can't do, it doesn't have to have all the crazy effects. Doesn't have to have the amazing location, all that. It's just solid fight, good performance all around. But again, overall, so this is the conglomeration of all these things we're talking about. Skywalker Shadows of Evil. Okay, and then number 2, Nemesis. Another one I think is super strong. And anybody else can, of course, jump in with your thoughts on these top winners. But I was happy to see that one as well. I say that as though it's a surprise to me, like I didn't vote myself, and I'm responsible for 25% of why. But that was a strong one too. Really great performances. Tons of speed and just the camera everything working together very nicely.
I'm just happy to see that we have someone victorious from all the way overseas. From Russia, we have a winner for our American Run competition. So that's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it'd be hard to believe that would be the first time, though. I'm sure we've had at least seconds and thirds.
Yeah, that's not even the only other country we've had submissions from. We've had some, not sure where exactly, but Latin countries and others. So it's just great to see all over the world people are seeing this competition and getting your work out there. So it's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And with the potentially literal or hypothetical drum roll, we come to number one, our overall winner of the 20th celebration of the SaberComp here, 2022. And it may not come as a horrifying surprise to those who've been watching along the way with us here, but Premonition. I will applaud slightly more audibly this time to show my enthusiasm. Yeah, wow, blew me away. What a super strong all the way around every aspect. I don't need to go on and on. I feel like we did that plenty when we were watching it, but well deserved is what I would say there.
Absolutely loved it.
Yeah,
I will say what it evoked for me is like very Eastern cinema, like martial arts films, like just something about the wet floor and the grittiness, the gray walls, and then just two people fighting in the dirt. Like it just I'm thinking Ip Man, I'm thinking Crouching Tiger. Like it's just brought back all that to me. So yeah, very cool.
And it's not a lot of time. I see Max over there. He's feeling very awkward, as he should. But it's not a lot of time to do much story with, and I think it was just the right amount. And I think everyone just pulled it off. And aside from just all the technical aspects we're evaluating, just as a little movie, I enjoyed it very much. So
agreed. Yeah.
Well, there you have it. All right. So what's this about YouTube views?
All right. Let's see, I put that in the tab here. In a second, guys. All right. So our view count.
While you're getting that up, is there any entries that anyone just like didn't quite make it to the top 10, but like I want to see more of this?
Actually, I wrote down a bit of a list.
There we go.
Let's hear
a couple of them. Because I watched through the whole playlist the day it came out, and I've watched all of them a handful of times since. So I wrote down a couple of notes. What's it called? The Hoedown one.
Oh yeah,
it's by JM Productions. What an interesting idea! It was really funny, and definitely different, and definitely pushed that the time limit that we no longer had this year in an interesting way. And they fired off what looked like a real antique firearm at the end, which was different. You don't usually see that here. So
this one, if you didn't if the others who haven't seen it, it was basically a public access rodeo but lightsabers. Like they shot it like a public access TV show competition, but with lightsabers. It was a
fun fact. YouTube flagged them for the title Hoedown. That's actually called JM Productions right now in their title.
Oh.
But yeah, it was an interesting entry for sure. I think it was one of our near misses. It almost made the top 10, but not quite.
Well, the choreography was not bad at all. They really had a great concept, and they executed it I think very, very well. Let's see, what else do I got? Rise or Fall is one that was pretty close to the top on my list for the top 10. I believe it was their first entry into the competition, and it was great looking. The cinematography was fantastic, and the location was very cool. It's for those who have seen it, it's the one with all the
practical torch light.
Sand.
They had like full-on torches on a beach, shot at night. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that one was very cool. Then I have Fight Club by the Saber Corps. That one was light on the story and cinematography, but was really fantastic choreo. And they had a lot of speed, and you could tell these guys, obviously do this a lot. So that was really cool to see. And I hope they enter again. I'd like to see them do it again. Maybe with a crew behind them or something. And then one that was mentioned that was in the popular vote, the artifact was really cool. The costumes were fantastic. And I thought the opening was really funny. An interesting location that they were in there looked like a castle of some kind. That was really cool. But that's almost all of them. Oh yeah, and then of course Spence's entry, Second Nature, was
This close.
hilarious. And if I'm not mistaken, was that a Matrix Reloaded song during the fight?
That's a good ear. It's actually Rob Dugan did a new cut of his old Matrix song,
Okay.
Furious Angels, which is the song I used in my first duel. So
Okay.
like just when I'm like getting production going, he's like, here's a new version. I'm like, yes, we'll be using that.
Well, because I thought I recognized it, and then I pulled up, the Matrix soundtrack, and then I was looking at because there's an old duel. I'm not sure which competition it's from, but the Matrixy one with the guy with the green saber and versus the blue saber. I think it's called Sentius. I think.
There were a few that used Matrix music back when.
Yeah, and that one had the I think it's Chateau or something like that. One of the Matrix Reloaded songs.
Yeah, he actually worked bits of Chateau into this new Furious Angels track, so it's in there. So yeah, it's a very cool song if you guys want to check it out.
Sounded very similar. And then the last note that I have is Dark Wizard Movies. They have by far, I think, the most entries into a competition I have ever seen.
They had 3.
Yeah. Well, it's them, and I think they had another one through a different channel name.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting what it was. And theirs are getting better and better every year. They've done it, I think, either last year or potentially the year before that as well. And they've been getting better and better. And this year, I think we're the best ones so far. And I'm excited to see what they do in the future, and I hope that they can keep getting better.
Yeah, I think I see at least 4 other entries here listed for them. So yeah, they've been busy.
Yep.
But yeah, that's all I have.
All right. Okay. And then if anyone else didn't have anything, we're going to get to what you were working on, Chris.
Yep. So I've got I was just being curious this morning. I wanted to see what our YouTube view count was looking like since the entries have been up for a couple weeks now, and views are gold on YouTube. So it's just our top 3. I wanted to rattle them off here. We've got Nemesis this morning had 6,071 votes, which is nothing to balk at. And then it jumps up for a couple of our winners here. We've got 20,927 for Skywalker Shadows of Evil, which, yeah, Mike Starworkers have an impressive following with his channel there. And then Max again, 36,063. Like that's crazy. Like just we have, I think around 2,000 Facebook, YouTube followers that keep going with the channel. So like where these views are coming from, it's YouTube is just, they're watching it. Like it's very cool that this is getting out there, and like we have such a wide audience for, what started as like kids in their backyard with sticks 20 years ago. It's crazy.
Kind of still is, which is the nice part about it. I gotta be honest,
Yeah, we were trying to be inclusive. Like that was part of No Rules, is like get it in there, whatever you can film, go for it. So, yeah, the rules can be a little challenging for newcomers sometimes, but wanted to throw it out for the 20th.
Yeah. Well, when I went on to be a judge, I really was kind of afraid that it would lose maybe that indie feel, like some of the entries, but some of a lot of the top 10 are things that I think the majority of people are pretty capable of doing most of it. Right. I thought it was all going to be these amateur stunt kind of like what's his name, something Monster. He was the stunt coordinator or
Tumble Monster.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a bunch of those guys was shooting with red cameras. I was like, but I'm very glad it wasn't the case. Like, so great freaking job. This was a lot of fun, everybody.
Yeah. I just want to say that, this has been going on for, 20 years now. I joined in 2010, so it's 12 years for me. But this contest was basically my film school, like being able to make a film and then get it critiqued by like industry people every year was did so much for my filmmaking and figuring out stuff. I still remember, Ryan, your comment on my very first one I made. You critiqued my punch placement blocking with the camera. Like, all of my punches were way missing, and obviously I can see that now, but at the time that was just a note that like stuck with me. I was like, ever since then I paid so much attention to like punch placements on my past or my other entries afterwards. So yeah, this contest holds such a special place in my heart.
My introduction, I remember it vividly still. I was in my freshman dorm, and my suite mate, who's my fellow Star Wars nerd, there just busting my room. Dude, have you seen this? And he's got wherever he was streaming Ryan versus Dorkman on there, just like, oh, I was like, they're just wearing T-shirts. What is this? Like, it's crazy. So guess what we spent our afternoons doing after that? We pulled out a couple broomsticks and went at it. So till led me all the way down this road. Now, like, I didn't keep film going as a career, but I was learning from TFN. Like, I showed my advanced video professor how to use After Effects because I learned it from the TFN conversations. Like, it's an amazing community, and that's why we're working so hard to preserve it and keep it going.
Mm-hmm. And it really, it's sort of a gateway drug, right, into filmmaking just generally more broadly, because it's great to have something on a smaller scale, and some of these are still very ambitious, but just something that's like less than 10 minutes. That's a fight scene is there are easier scenes you could cut your teeth on, but just as in terms of filmmaking in a microcosm, I think these saber fights are a great place to take a stab at it and get some experience, and then hear the contest, get feedback, and even just, if for no other reason than just an excuse to actually try to make something and get it done. Like, how many entries did or probably started, and then the buddy didn't, it never happens. And I think having something like this to be a goal, an objective to get things done and in here is great too. So
like the pieces all just fall apart or come together sometimes as easily as they fall apart.
Plus, I always like the fact when I started getting into this, which launched a whole bunch of films we made with a group, which because of Eclipse, it actually gave a great insight into watching films and knowing that, just because an eighth of a page of a script, which would be like, this small little section, could take all day to film and to prep for and take a week to get ready for and all this other stuff. It gives you a nice insight into the actual filmmaking process.
I feel like I learned that lesson every shoot. Just
I got so many great things to say. Absolutely, guys. Like, just I think creating something awesome with people you like, people you care about, or even like working with people that you're meeting for the first time because of this contest. I think I'm pretty sure I met Antoine the first time because of the contest, and it's just amazing. I think, like, putting a lot of energy into something that you love and learning a lot because of it. I learned how to edit, which I edit my reaction videos, which it's much simpler to do that. I learned a little bit of effects. I learned timing, and I think, Max, you said this. Like, I remember Ryan and Michael Scott, just them critiquing my early videos, and I remember the very first thing when we did Rivals, Michael would just, like, first 2 seconds he would love it, and then everyone started laughing. It gave me a lot of confidence.
I remember that, actually.
That'll do it.
It gave me a lot of confidence. And I remember, I think it was Ryan or Michael, they thought I was Whiteley. And
because you're in every
definitely mix people up.
So, like, it's a gateway drug to get into a lot of things. And, I know Vince doesn't do this as a career, but it teaches you so many things about, I know it sounds way weird, but about life. Just learning how to do this. You got to learn how to communicate. You got to learn how to manage. You got to learn to cut out things that you don't want to cut out. You got to learn patience. You got to learn, being able to handle criticism. So it's going to help you with your job. It's going to help you with your relationships. It's just, I can't say enough the special place it has in my heart.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Well, on that note, I think we'll wrap up the stream here, guys. I know if you want to know more about this contest, if you just stumbled across the stream and you have no idea what's going on or anything, you can find us on Discord on SaberComp. You can Facebook, YouTube, all those places. You can find the links to other things from there.
We share links to the Discord on our Facebook. Just look for
Yep.
SaberComp.
Yep.
There's SaberComp.com also.
Our Facebook isn't super active. Where we're all active is on the Discord. We chat all the time and talk Star Wars and other things and filmmaking in general. So it's a great place to just hang out and be around a bunch of like-minded people.
A lot of like-minded night owls on there, guys. So.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the people who entered. Thank you to all the people watching and
the people who will watch after.
Yeah. Loved hanging out with you guys. And stay tuned to the Discord. We'll be announcing details about the next contest fairly soon here.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. It's been a blast. Happy to be part of this.
Okay.
Good job. Much love.
And thank you to Chris and Max for setting it up this year, for running the show.
Yeah.
Antoine, be proud.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, he would.
We love you, Antoine. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see you guys next year.
Great job, guys, and I'll see you on the flip side. I'll probably join that Discord sometime.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, love y'all, right?
I've joined. Maybe I'll show up sometimes. So I'll make an effort.
Okay. All right. Say it with me, guys. May the force be with you.
All right. See you guys.
Good year,
Bye.
everybody.